It's a beautiful evening here in Tennessee as we welcome you to the final night race of the season. It's the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs here on USA from Bristol Motor Speedway. It's the Bass Pro Shops night race. Oh yeah, listen to that rumble as the cars start to roll off. Hi folks, Lee Diffie along with Jeff Burton and Steve Letard, excited about these 500 laps ahead tonight. Jeff, you're a Bristol winner, but when you hear those words, Bristol Motor Speedway, and especially the night race, what feelings does that evoke? What thoughts come to mind?
Oh, I'm excited just thinking about it, being here. Every driver, every crew chief, every crew member wants to win at this racetrack. It's one of NASCAR's iconic tracks. Think about the moments that have happened here. The bottle throws, the fights, the pushes, the shoves, all those things, and I would argue that this is one of NASCAR's crown jewels. You want to win this race.
So that's the feelings, that's the emotions. Here are the facts, Steve. It's an elimination race. The points that have been stacked up thus far put some in better positions than others. Who are you looking at tonight? Who's feeling that pressure the most?
Well, the focus is going to be on the cut line. Austin Cindric, the first one in. Austin Dillon, the first driver out. And 11 points can evaporate almost within a stage. But I will tell you, you do not have to look further up the road. Chastain, Logano, Elliott, Bell, an early incident, and that advantage that you had coming in can evaporate. There will be 4 drivers that leave here tonight disappointed, looking back at every choice through the first 3 races of the playoffs. Where did it go wrong?
Let's check out the starting grid tonight, brought to you by Bass Pro Shops, and it's a real celebratory moment for the Dinger. A.J. Allmendinger, that's his 5th career pole in Cup Series competition, but he hasn't had one in 10 years, so there were a lot of people genuinely happy for A.J. Allmendinger. He'll start alongside Ryan Blaney. Cindric, who is in a bit of a tight spot, but a great qualifying, and he shares that second row with Ty Gibbs.
As we look a little bit further back, you see Stenhouse back there in row 6 next to Chastain. Alex Bowman in a must-win back there starting next to his teammate who's above the cut line, Chase Elliott.
You don't want to be way back here. It is difficult to get through this traffic. Look at Joey Logano starting at the outside of row 11. He has a lot of work ahead of him.
Shocking back here. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm just shocked at Chase Briscoe. Can you imagine this? This guy has been on such a hot run.
He's been the king of qualifying.
We thought he had an issue in this first lap. He had a bad second lap as well, starting outside the top 30.
So last time on a short track was under the lights at Richmond. And Trevor Bayne, it was a very good night for Austin Dillon. Tell us more.
Absolutely it was. He got that win to make his way into the playoffs. And when I talked to Richard Boswell, his crew chief, earlier today, he had this calmness about him. He said, if we're going to be in this position, there's no better place than Bristol. Austin is really good here. I love short track racing. Remember, Richard Boswell was a driver himself, and this is what he grew up doing. They feel very confident that they can go into tonight, make it happen, Dave.
Chase Elliott is 28 points above the cut line, 9th out of 12, but he only qualified 16th. I asked Alan Gustafson, his crew chief, what he thought about that. He said, well, that hasn't put us in a terrible position. Get stage 1 points, then ultimately focus on winning. Winning at Bristol, that would be a first for Chase Elliott, Marty.
Dave, when I spent time with Austin Cindric this morning, he said, listen, the one thing we wanted to improve at Bristol is our qualifying effort, and they did it. He answered that with a 3rd spot. So now, what can we do with that? That's what Austin Cindric told me. It's on me to keep this track position all night and earn some stage points and advance to the round of 12, Kim.
Well, Marty, Ross Chastain enters tonight's elimination race plus 19 to the cut line. So what does this team need to do to transfer to the round of 12? According to crew chief Phil Surgeon, they are looking for a pedestrian day. He wants base hits from his team all night long. They cannot overextend themselves, he said, trying to swing for the fences and hit a home run.
Let's go inside the 3-team. Austin Dillon, pre-race pep talk. Here it is.
Perfect night for a race.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Hey, buddy, I ain't gonna say nothing else. You guys have a good night. You know what you got to do.
That's right.
A lot of people like the notion of lights, camera, action. But when the spotlight's on them, who performs the best? Who will have the best race demeanor in this elimination race? And of course, there are those in more prioritized position than others, and those who are feeling the pressure more than others. But this is the perfect location for that. For all of the drama to unfold here, for us to determine who will be those competitors in the round of 12.
And it's going to get started right away. A short first stage, only 125 laps. And while we did have practice, this track always provides just some unknowns. The preferred lane early will be right around the bottom. At some point, it usually transitions, and we'll have 2 or 3 lanes. But it seems like the race is always one around the wall. Who has made the right choices for these early laps?
How are you feeling at this stage, Jeff, for Bristol?
Yeah, so I'm nervous because I know my car isn't going to drive at the start of this race like it's going to drive at the end. I need to understand what I've got, but the only way to find out is push hard, get it to the limit.
Such a beautiful night here in Tennessee. So much on the line. An unexpected pole sitter in A.J. Allmendinger. Plenty of playoff drivers up front. It's Bristol, baby, and it's time to bring the action. Good start, A.J. Allmendinger. Here comes Ty Gibbs. Really promising stuff from the JGR driver in that Monster Energy Camry. Denny Hamlin up high, Blaney down low. Hamlin in that bright orange Kings Hawaiian number 11. Just has that comfort of that win last weekend. But he wants to continue that. He's not going to change the way that he's going to drive here.
Brad Keselowski, Austin Cindric on the bottom of the racetrack. Trying to keep this 11 car on the outside of him. Bubba Wallace trying to take advantage of it. He could not. Here comes Bubba with a big run.
Denny forced to leave in the bottom lane, and you see just no grip up off that dark patch. That dark strip you see is real. It's basically treated by the racetrack. It's like a grip strip. The left side's in it is absolutely the key right against that yellow line. Hamlin going to lose another spot, this time to Larson.
HendrickCars.com on board, and the 5 does squeeze his way through. Has dominated the last 2 races here at Bristol Motor Speedway. Let's see if he makes it 3 in a row in the history of Cup Series racing here. That has not been done very often, so a lot on the line for Kyle Larson.
They're lined up behind Denny Hamlin right now. There's a long line of cars, bumper to bumper. Denny's trying to squeeze his way. He did it, but still can't stay on the bottom of the racetrack. Denny's car is not driving well.
Josh Berry in that Wood Brothers 21. He squeezes his way by. Carson Hocevar in the 77 is the next one. Then Ricky Stenhouse Jr. They're all lining up for a shot at last weekend's winner.
Going on board the 11 car, looking back at Denny Hamlin. You see the eyes through that clear visor. No panic yet. He understands it's a long race, but this can't be a comfortable position as the free fall continues. Ross Chastain now to his left side. Christopher Bell behind in that bright yellow DeWalt number 20 will easily be able to pull up. And there's Alex Bowman. Think about this. We had concern where Alex Bowman qualified. Denny Hamlin has fallen all the way back to the 48 car.
Look at his hands. Looks like he's just really tight. His car doesn't turn the way he needs it to. His hands are steady, pulling it to the left. You never see him correct back to the right. But now that he's gotten down on the inside line, he's been able to drive away from Alex Bowman.
Yeah, Hamlin now 7 spots down since the start of the race, and amazingly enough, not the worst of all the playoff drivers.
Nothing's been said on the radio, by the way, inside the 11. Denny's just focused and going to work. A.J. Allmendinger has led 10 laps. That's more than he's led all season combined.
Jeff, how hard was that? How hard was that work for the cameraman to get far enough back for Joey Logano? He has plummeted as well, down 11 spots outside the top 30. Joey Logano, no top 10s in this next-gen vehicle, currently running 33rd. That's just like that. He's only 10 points from elimination, avoiding stage points in this stage 1 where he currently runs.
Lap 12, and the leader is on the same straightaway as Joey Logano is.
Absolutely awful. That's what he says on the radio. Absolutely awful.
Here comes the race leader. Here's A.J. Allmendinger, Ty Gibbs, then Ryan Blaney. That's the top 3. Great start for this Grizzly Chevrolet from Corlig Racing. I want to go back to our Hall of Famer, DJ Dale Jarrett. He picked Ty Gibbs to feature tonight and maybe get that elusive first career victory.
He looked really, really good in practice. This is one of his best racetracks statistically that we run at all year long. Why not Ty, right? I mean, he has shown the pace. He's over that 100 win mark. I only say that. I think that's a very important moment for a driver. 100 wins is kind of really the start of your career. I think you need 100 shots at it.
Let's check in with Marty Snyder and talk more about Denny Hamlin. Marty?
Yeah, 6-13 for Denny Hamlin, who finally did say something on the radio, Lee. Jeff, he said way too tight, late exit of the corner. So when they're all behind you, kind of lined up, what kind of challenges does that present Denny Hamlin when the car just won't turn late corner exit?
Well, it's obviously gotten a little bit better. It's going to be interesting to see how this car is on a long run. Maybe just a short run, it would not turn. And Marty, when you have that problem, you just can't carry speed right here. You can't just go as fast as you need to go and then have good exit speed. So they just gang up on you. You're kind of a sitting duck. I mean, you're pretty easy to pass at that point.
Traffic already for race leader. He's looking to the inside of the 66, Chad Fincham. Next up the road, 51 of Cody Ware. And about a half a straightaway, Cole Custer in the 41.
Riding on board with thanks to Monza with Ty Gibbs. Jeff, Steve, either of you answer it. Whoever has the strongest thoughts. Are you surprised by the way that Toyota has started these playoffs? Absolute domination as far as stage wins, laps led, the victories in the races. It's been incredible from Toyota.
They've done a nice job. You know that they're capable. It's just getting all the teams lined up at the right time. And they have brought the power for sure. Here's a battle for the lead.
Gibbs is better. He's just patient, trying to find a little bit higher entry right there. See, up the hill, turn down, and try to have a low, straighter exit. He has to be very careful, though. That higher entry is going to allow Blaney to get to his left rear quarter panel.
Yeah, this is a difficult opportunity. I talked about this before the race started. You know, Ty Gibbs wants to make this pass, but if he jumped to the outside and it didn't work, then Blaney would just simply take the spot away from him. So right now, it's not as big of a decision because everybody's just locked to the bottom of the racetrack. But as it changes, it'll get more difficult.
Oh, look how good that 54 is. Oh, a little shot to Allmendinger.
Gives AJ a little shove out of the way and says, I'm coming through. Sicker sitting in second. And the 54 for Joe Gibbs Racing goes to the lead. By the way, this is off the back of a really nicely constructed race a week ago by Ty Gibbs, who went from 21st to 10th. Now he leads the race here in Bristol.
I think I got a tire coming apart.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so the softer right side tire was conversation all weekend long. In practice, they ran 50, 60, 70 laps. No problem. Kim, we're hearing radio on the 16 about a potential tire.
Yeah, AJ, I think he has the tire coming apart. Right side tire is what I believe I heard on the radio. The crew is ready and attention at the wall. So that was a small win for them winning the pole yesterday. They were hoping for a top 7 finish. It's still very early, but we'll see what the tires look like if they do indeed come down pit road and take them off.
Well, we have another car hitting pit road right now. The 60 of Ryan Preece has entered the backstretch pit lane. The 16 is off the gas. The 3 that's on board, the 3 of Austin Dillon, slow as well. The concrete so sensitive to track temperature and the bright sunshine. Tire wear, no issue. Has the clouds and the darkness brought an issue, Trevor?
Austin Dillon, a playoff driver we talked about, saying he's got a right front going down, telling his crew he's going to have to hit pit road here.
And while all of this chaos is going on, Ty Gibbs has gotten to the 22 car. Right here, he is only one car between them. Could Joey Logano go a lap down this early in the race? Or will we see a tire problem and a caution come out and save him?
It has been a problematic weekend for the 22. The reigning series champion, Joey Logano. Last year in this race, he qualified 20th. Yesterday, he qualified 22nd, and he has been plummeting. Trevor, tell us more.
Yeah, the entire dynamic of this race is changing right now. Joey Logano saying he has an issue as well. Some of our playoff drivers now having the same struggles as AJ Allmendinger that we saw early.
Logano trying the best he can to stay on the lead lap. Here comes Ryan Blaney, change of the race leader. That Menards Ford for Team Penske, and he's going to lap his teammate, his championship winning teammate. And after 31 laps, Logano is a lap down. 87 laps to go in this opening stage here of the Bass Pro Shops night race. Ty Gibbs has dropped from the lead to 6th.
Well, it's turned into absolute chaos. You see the 12 car looks very, very slow. So as I was saying, the right side tire, the softest tire ever run here at Bristol. Now the 11 of Denny Hamlin on pit road. The tires we've seen come off these cars, there is absolutely no rubber left. Just a day ago, Marty, they could run 70 laps. Tonight, only 40.
It's turned into absolute chaos down here on pit road. Steve Denny's Hamlin said he had a tire issue. Bubba Wallace for 2311 also had a tire issue. And the right rear came off of Bubba Wallace's car, and it absolutely is obliterated. Actually, I believe it's the right front for Bubba Wallace. It is indeed the right front down to the fabric, Dave.
Ty Gibbs was being implored by his spotter to wrap the bottom. Don't know if that could have saved him more on the right side tires, but you can see more cording on Ty Gibbs tires as they come off.
See a little bit of fire in the right rear and a slow left rear for Gibbs is only going to make this worse. I think what's happened is we have seen this before, and this was the talk all week, but then practice was a non-issue. Perhaps that has lulled some of these drivers of running a little too hard off the start. This is going to be a tire management race. You want throwback? That is what you're seeing right here. You have to manage this Goodyear tire. Look right there. No tire left. We've seen mostly right fronts, a handful of right rears, and look at it, chaos on the racetrack.
What's difficult about this, Steve, is a lot of times we see tire issues, we see tires fail, and there'll be a wreck, and there'll be a caution. We haven't seen that yet, so they're afraid to pit because they're afraid a tire may blow, the caution come out, and you get caught laps down. So there's some guys out there riding around very, very slow, just trying to keep their tires from failing, Marty.
Let me show you that right front that came off Bubba Wallace's car. I mean, it's fabric all the way around this right front tire for Bubba Wallace. But, Steve, I want to point you to this area right here. It started to bubble up right there. There's no more fabric right there on that tire for Bubba Wallace. That's what he was feeling, all of this, and that's why he had to come to pit road. So, yeah, chaos has struck here very early at Bristol.
On the track, the haves and the have-nots, those who are trying to limp around on the existing tires and those who have fresh ones like Austin Dillon carving his way through the field. Here's William Byron and Shane Van Gisbergen on pit road. Dave?
Playoff driver Byron needing points tonight. He needs tires right now. His Goodyears are worn out.
You see how off the pace you get. Chase Elliott on the top of your screen, just running around the middle of the racetrack, running very, very, very slow in the 11th position. The 20 on pit road as well, Kim.
Yeah, the 20 down and away, already finished service. Looking at that right front, complete cording all the way down to the fabric. So 20 with a tire issue as well.
So it seems to be consistent through the field. Not everyone has had to pit, but you see how slow the 12 is. You would imagine he's completely out of tires. Cindric now the race leader. The 2 cars gone by the 12. 48 of Bowman. Cal, look at the right front. You see when he takes it off, and the right rear. Both right sides worn out on the 48, Kim.
Yeah, worn out, but the good news is we're watching this new crew. Remember, he's got the 77 crew from Carson Hocevar working on his car this weekend. That was a very smooth stop under green, Dave.
Chase Elliott needs new rubber as well. He'll bring the 9 car to pit road. The Napper Chevrolet is already done being serviced. He's gone.
Really good run from Austin Cindric here. Cindric's in that precarious position of being in 12th. And have a look at this replay here. Ryan Blaney, watch the 12, and Eric Jones in the 43, the white and green car, making life difficult for Blaney to come through on the inside. He eventually bulldozed his way through.
Oh, the 43 didn't want to get him to his left because he was trying to come to pit road. Blaney was going to come through anyway on the flat. Look at this. God, what a mess.
Okay, so now we know there is a tire wear issue. So what do? How do you affect this? When you put tires on, you cannot go run out there and run as hard as you can. You've got to conserve some tires, Kim.
Ross Chastain on the pit lane. He said that last lap's got so rough. Feels like the right front is completely gone. Maybe a little slightly slow stop there for the one.
Joey Logano able to get a lap back as he passes his Team Penske teammate and race leader Austin Cindric. Whatever Austin's doing and how he has it set up, Marty, it's working beautifully. He's been out there for 53 laps and he's led the last 5.
Yeah, he's done a fantastic job of managing the tires. Brian Wilson, also Cliff Daniels for Kyle Larson, immediately came on the radio, said, listen, this is all happening. It's going crazy here on pit road. Slow down, save your tires, conserve them. And then he said, listen, if you can give me about 10 more laps, we can make this a one-stop in stage one. According to these teams, Steve, the teams that came earlier will have to two-stop it just based on the tire wear they're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, you have to go 125 laps somehow. If you only ran 40 or 45 laps on the first set of tires, you're not going to run 80 all of a sudden on the second set, Kim.
Yeah, Josh Berry able to extend his run a little bit longer than some of the other drivers we've already seen on pit road. And 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel for the playoff drivers.
When Josh Berry came to pit road, he was running third. So it was Team Penske 1 and 2, and a Penske-related team in position 3. Bottom box is Kyle Larson.
To make the night more complicated ahead, Lee, remember, 10 sets of tires in their pits, 9 sets of stickers plus their qualifiers. You can do the math. 500-lap race, you need to get about, 50 laps out of each set you put on, plus the set you start on, so about 43, 44 laps on every set of tires. Cindric finally comes to pit road, but what an amazing first run out of Cindric.
Also, Cindric, you see how slow he is, and everybody behind him is on fresher tires, so the difference in speed is so large, and this is what's going to happen. Contact like that, almost every lap, that happens on the racetrack, Marty.
Interesting move from Brian Wilson. That was right sides only, Steve, because they didn't make it as far as they would have loved to have made it. Kyle Larson was told by Cliff Daniels, if you can give me 10 more laps, I would love it. Larson said, no can do. We got to come down pit road now. It's going to be 4 tires for Kyle Larson. But how about that move for 2 tires by Brian Wilson and that 2 team?
Problems for Cole Custer and the Haas factory team. Let's have a look at what happened.
Yeah, the 41's right front. I think that's all the way through into the air. There it is, flat, straight up the racetrack. Great job by Austin Hill, not wrecking the 41, not damaging his own car. We'll have to see how that 2 tires works for Cindric. It's an interesting call. If the right sides are what's wearing out and you feel like the left sides are fine, maybe that's the time, the way to save time. You don't need fuel. Chaotic types race so far. Blaney yet to pit, the only one.
This is for 3 years now with this car. There's been a constant effort to try to build softer and softer tires. And see the contact here with the speed difference with Denny Hamlin and Blaney. And Goodyear's gone to work, and they've done it. And this is actually progress. I know if you're sitting at home, you're thinking the tires are coming apart, that's not good. This is actually what we need to see, Steve. We need to have tires that you can wear out, and the only way to get there is to learn, and that's what's happening tonight.
Trevor Bayne.
Yeah, guys, you can see the surface of this racetrack just taking no rubber. That's way different than anything we've seen all weekend. As I talked to crew chiefs earlier this week, they said they felt like 75-degree track temp is that threshold. We've hit that tonight. We were 103 during practice, 75 right now. I think they nailed it. Now you got to shift your mindset. Spotters are telling their drivers, back up those corners, lower the longitudinal load.
How much longer is Blaney going to go for? He's got to be coming shortly.
Well, you figure, he's basically at the halfway of the stage, so he's done it. He's done what he needs to do this on only 1 stop. Saves tires for later in the race. He's going to turn down. Remember, here at Bristol, front and back stretch pit road, but Dave, you only have to run your respective straightaway if you pit under green.
Steve, the crew was ready. The driver said coming, and then about 10 cars got underneath him, so he waited for a break till he would get there. No one has been busier than Tim Fedewa with the spotter. Jeff Burton showed you the spotters earlier tonight. Fedewa has been high, low, mid, trying to get Blaney where he can get to halfway. He's done it, 4 Goodyear tires, and now slowly out of pit lane.
Now the challenge for Blaney is how hard do you run as cars continue to slide all around here. Blaney will come out a lap down to Gibbs, who's already been on pit road about 25 laps ago. That's why he's a lap down. So does Blaney push to try to unlap himself or settle in and try to finish the stage on this set of tires?
How about that?
51 laps to go in the Bass Pro Shops night race, and a problem, a significant problem for Josh Berry, Kim.
Yeah, you can see it right there. Fire on the right front. They told him to adjust his brake bands. The crew ready on the wall as he tries to make his way down pit road if he can get here.
Yeah, and I mean, he can't see where he's going with the smoke in the cockpit. We talk about the tires wearing out, but not only is it all the way around the top of the racetrack, but it also fills the right front rocker panel. Look at this.
Fire rate first, and then the tires. Fire rate first. Road crew, fire rate.
So let's see exactly how they go about this, how they plan on putting this fire out, whether they use a fire extinguisher in the vents, and if Josh Berry can even stay in the race car.
He can't see. He couldn't see well enough to get it in the box. He just wants to get out. He just needs to get out.
He's going to have to get out. I mean, look at the smoke pouring out of the back window. There's no way Josh can breathe in this situation.
It has been a troublesome and problematic playoffs for Josh Berry, unfortunately. Oh, look at him. He has felt the full effects of that smoke inhalation. When you can't see and you can't breathe and you've got all that smoke in the cockpit, that is not a pleasant situation for Josh Berry. And unfortunately, for the driver who entered 16th and in the final position as a playoff driver, his playoff hopes are now dashed. He did have a positive start, though. The car was running well early.
Caution.
And the 21 car on pit road is going to necessitate a yellow just because of all the safety workers out there and him not being sitting in his pit box. That doesn't really allow the 71 or I think it's the 35 behind him. They just don't have any access to their pit. You see right there, crew chief and driver diagnosing this situation.
So it's been a chaotic first stage, obviously. Hopefully he's okay. Breathe all that smoke on track. All of this, there's only 7 cars in the lead lap.
Yeah, so it's going to become a war of attrition here, and how you manage your night and how you manage your tires. Gibbs, Byron, Zane Smith, Hamlin, Allmendinger, Cindric, Wallace, and Buscher, those lead lap cars.
And we were eavesdropping there a little bit with Josh, and I definitely saw him say and heard him say, I could not see, and that's the pictures tell the story.
Yeah, you know, most race car drivers have been in this situation. You see had his hand on the window net coming down, so he was ready, preparing himself to get out of that car. Watch this as the right front wheel comes off.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, look at all the tire rubber right here just falling out of this, and then look at all this right here that comes dumping out of the wheel. I mean, you see what's left of the tire.
Headed to the infield care center. What a shame for Josh Berry.
I mean, look at this up
Look
here.
at that.
Look at all that rubber.
Every bit of that has come off the tires, and obviously that caused the fire in the rocker box. On top of that, we'll be interested to see if NASCAR comes out and tries to clean that up. I think they will. That will hamper getting the outside lane working as well.
What a beautiful night we've got here in the first elimination race in the playoffs. You're watching the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs from Bristol. This is the Bass Pro Shops night race, and we're under caution for the first time tonight. And I want to remind you to scan the QR code you see on your screen there, or visit NASCAR.com/Ford Playoffs promo to enter for your chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Heritage Edition or an epic Bronco Off-Rodeo experience. And enter now, and good luck. There is the cleanup that Jeff and Steve spoke about earlier, wondering if that was going to happen. We now know that it is. And everyone has a chance just to sit back, reset, think, talk to their respective crew chiefs about what that opening stint was like. We're still in stage one. There's still 40 laps to go, Jeff. So feedback's so important, planning so important, and that feel, they know now it's real, right?
Well, they've experienced this before. So, you know, remember last year,
the spring race
yep, had a very, very similar issue. And the issues got less and less as the race went on. Teams, drivers, everybody made adjustments. That experience will be valuable. And how hard you take off running with tires, what do you do with air pressure? All those things were learned.
Steve, from the crew chief's position, what do you tell your driver? Now that they've been through that, it was quite hectic, it was frantic, it was sometimes problematic for some more than others. What do you tell your driver now you've got that under your belt?
Well, he has to execute the plan that you lay out. It's going to be a target lap time, how much you want to push those tires for how far you have left in each run. Dave.
Ty Gibbs, middle of your screen, said that the car was good on balance. Whatever we can do to save the right front. As for the bottom of the screen, William Byron, he said tighten the center, but okay to push pace, and that's a very dangerous thing to do tonight. Now, they'll have about 1/10 of a mile through turns 3 and 4 on the apron before they get to the other side of the pits and Marty Snyder.
Dave, Austin Cindric asked, say, listen, exactly what Steve mentioned a moment ago. Tell me what pace I need to run on these tires. And then Brian Wilson made a very interesting observation. He said, based on the amount of tires we have left, we're going to need at least 55 laps per set for what we have left. You see Denny Hamlin as well coming to pit road, and he said, we are way too tight as Hamlin has to push back in his stall and now get centered in the stall. He told Chris Gadd, we're way too tight for this kind of race, Kim.
And Christopher Bell, one of those drivers that fell a lap down during all of that cycling. Crew Chief Adam Stevens said, thinking Superman, so we'll see what that means in terms of your call. In terms of the balance, though, just needs to be a tick freer, he said, mid through corner exit. So he'll make his way all the way around to the front stretch where his box is. The crew will wait for him as he comes to a stop. Still 10 away for Christopher Bell. And we'll watch them go to work here. 4 fresh Goodyear tires for Christopher Bell.
Boy, he was fired up on the radio at the end of the race last week. Wants to turn that emotion and that passion into a race win here tonight in Bristol. NASCAR on USA is brought to you by Bass Pro Shops, voted America's best outdoor retailer. Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance. Visit progressive.com. And by Credit One Bank, NASCAR American Express card. So still under caution, Josh Berry. It was a pretty frightening scene as his car was on fire, cockpit full of smoke. He is with Marty Snyder to tell us more.
Yeah, Lee, just glad to see that Josh Berry is out of the infield care center and okay. Man, how quickly did that develop inside the 21 car, and could you even see coming to pit road, Josh?
Not very well. We definitely started smoking a few laps before we pitted, and we tried to ride it out a couple laps, and then yeah, when we slowed down, it was getting pretty bad there. Man, just so disappointing. That was going to be a lot of fun. That was right in our wheelhouse. We were moving forward. I think that's why we were trying to stick it out as long as we could, because that could have been our opportunity right there for sure. But man, it's been a tough couple weeks, but it hasn't been because of performance. These guys have been doing a great job. Just want to thank Miles and everybody on the Wood Brothers, everybody on the team's done a great job. Motorcraft, Quick Lane, Dex Imaging, Eero, all of our partners. Definitely not the way we wanted this first round to go, but we felt like we executed well and ran well and just hadn't had to finish this. So this is going to be a tough one to watch. That was going to be a lot of fun.
All right, Josh Berry, okay, that's the tough part. Is it's been not the round of 16 that they wanted, but just glad to see he's okay, Lee.
He was so proud to see one of his daughters sing the national anthem earlier today, part of the Motor Racing Outreach. It's a tradition here at this night race at Bristol for all of the kids of the drivers and crew chiefs, etc., sing the national anthem. It's a beautiful moment. Josh was proud to see that, but unfortunately on the racing side, on the business side, it has gone away from him. So, as we get ready to go back to racing with, at the moment, 33 to go in stage one, we're going to talk points all night, because this is an elimination round of the playoffs, and Josh has already been eliminated. So then you've got Alex Bowman, and you've got Austin Dillon, who's sitting at the moment 2 laps down, and he's way back in 34th, and Shane Van Gisbergen, who is in 25th at the moment and also not on the lead lap. So it's looking very difficult for those guys. Ross Chastain is right at the cut line, and he sits in a pretty precarious position, although he is 25 points at the moment above that cut line.
Well, and the field right now needs a big reset because a whole bunch of cars took wave arounds and free passes. So we need the whole field to come by the start-finish line for the pylon to really be accurate, because Briscoe, Reddick, and those guys, I believe, have worked themselves back onto the lead lap. We're going to see it right here as the field comes around.
Yeah, some guys waved around. They were 2 laps down, and they'll be waved around to get 1 down. But it's going to be like this all night. It's going to be pretty chaotic.
Great view from the Bass Pro Shops on board there with Chase Briscoe.
But now everybody knows there's an issue. But with 32 laps to go, you want to win this stage. How hard can you push? How much effort can you put into trying to win this stage versus saving your tires?
Now with everybody in the field reset, what you see is what you have. Ricky Stenhouse, the last car in the lead lap. Chase Briscoe, the first car, 1 lap down.
So on that inside line is William Byron, and it's Joe Gibbs Racing's Ty Gibbs, who gets a great restart. Zane Smith there on the outside in that white, blue, and yellow car for Front Row Motorsports. The 38 gets to 2nd place pretty swiftly. Byron's going to try and argue that. Chris Buescher, who's won this Bristol race before, sits 4th in the orange and black car for RFK Racing.
Guys are going pretty hard. That middle lane is probably not where you want to be. It's probably more hard on tires. Zane Smith's able to clear William Byron. This is the kind of night that Zane Smith, a small team like that, can take advantage and win this race.
I spent some time with Zane Smith yesterday, and I asked him, because you had a positive first stage last week. I said, Stevie, when you're not a playoff driver, and you have been in the playoff in the front running in your Truck Series career, how do you feel about that? And he said, well, at the end of the day, we're representing our partners, our sponsors. I don't want to mess up anybody's playoffs, but I'm going for it.
Yeah, you really have to. You have to focus on your season alone. It's okay to not do it at someone else's expense. Bottom of the screen, you see the 19, middle of the screen, Chase Briscoe, first car 1 lap down, about 3 cars behind him. There you go, Tyler Reddick, top, trying to get by the 51. That'll be the race for the free pass, only 27 laps from now. This race is going to be managed by laps, not as much positions. You need to just stay on the lead lap until about lap 300 or 350, and then worry about what you have as we go on board with Bubba Wallace and the Toyota onboard.
Running 6th at the moment.
6 is great. Lead lap in 6. I would say we aren't trying to pass anyone. At this point, we're just settling in.
Oh, Alex Bowman around in the 48. One of those drivers on the wrong side of the cut line.
And like that, Briscoe should receive the free pass and get back on the lead lap.
Alex Bowman was running 20th. 1 lap down, he was able to get going, so he did not get lapped there.
Let's see what happens. Everybody's kind of running the same speed at this point, I think. Not a lot of tire conservation.
Oh, just contact. He's on the bottom of the racetrack, and like the 35, Riley just kind of squeezed him down in there.
Left front might have touched the apron below that yellow line, Jeff. Oh, yeah, right there. He just not enough space for the 35.
And look, what he's trying to do is stay as low as he can because he knows it's going to eat the tires up the higher he is, and he just misjudges it and squeezes the 48.
That's the view from Ross Chastain. Here's the view for Chase Elliott.
You know what that is? That's Bristol.
Yep.
Yeah.
That looks like an old school Bristol spin.
Lucky escape for 2 other playoff drivers as well. Christopher Bell went on the high side and Ross Chastain down below.
And this takes a few more laps off the tires, right? Being able to run under caution. 24 left to go in the stage.
Now all of those cars, Jeff, that you mentioned went from 2 to 1. You know, now they're in a good spot because now they kind of get closed back up to the field. Now, unfortunately, I'm not sure. Some might feel they could come get tires. Some feel like they just have to ride this set of tires out. So it's going to be a lot of mixed strategy through the field. But how about Ty Gibbs in that 54 car? You know, doing a really nice job having a fast race car, realizing he had a problem, came to pit road. Very easy to mess that up, Jeff. You and I were out there in the pace car, and you were showing me just how difficult it is to get to pit road here under green. Not something drivers experience a lot yet. Here's a very young, I'll put Zane Smith in the same category. 2 very young race car drivers managing the chaos.
Yeah, it's very complicated pit road under caution. I mean, under green. It's very complicated. Pit road was open there, so most of the leaders decided not to pit.
So you have Blaney, Keselowski, a couple cars further back on the lead lap coming to pit road.
Dave Burns is standing by, waiting for Ryan Blaney. Here he comes, Dave.
Lee, he had only been on pit road 1 time, was a lap down. I believe he took the wave around to get back on the lead lap. So they'll take 4 tires here and get Ryan back on his way as he tries to manage this chaotic night at Bristol.
Came into this elimination race 5th in the playoff point standings, Ryan Blaney. It's been an interesting night with those right side tires, some contact, and a couple of cautions. Did you know that Bass Pro Shops has been voted America's best outdoor retailer for 4 years in a row? Bass Pro Shops is America's destination for all your favorite outdoor gear. Bass Pro Shops, your favorite adventure starts here. And this is the Bass Pro Shops night race, and two cars proudly displaying the company colors and logo, and the man behind the name, Johnny Morris, is here with a lot of special guests tonight to watch this iconic NASCAR Cup Series race, and of course it being an elimination race in the playoffs.
Whew, it's been busy. Hey, how you doing, Diff?
Well, I, as a race fan, I was watching that spring race last year, and I just thought that was fascinating with the you know, with the tire degradation and stuff. I think the degradation and the fall-off has been a little more severe tonight, but it's no surprise to these guys who were in that spring race last year.
I don't know if it's more severe than how that race started. I just think the drivers got so good at managing it. That's what I can't wait to see. I want to see over these next 394 laps, Jeff, can the drivers find a way to manage this?
All right, the field is approaching the Echo Park Automotive restart zone, and it's going to be Ty Gibbs with Zane Smith on his inside. That Monster Energy Toyota Camry took off beautifully, but Zane Smith is right there with him. William Byron got a little high, and Busher is on the attack. Here comes AJ Allmendinger. Bubba Wallace in that bright yellow.
Saw some smoke. I don't know if that was two cars hitting.
Yeah, it was Busher and Byron.
Fight for third. Chris Buescher's there. Here comes Bubba on the inside of AJ Allmendinger. And then John Hunter Nemechek in the 42 ahead of Ryan Blaney.
Blaney with those new tires. Let's see how hard he pushes them. 16 to go in the stage.
Swiftly by Nemechek, no worries. Now he's working on Allmendinger.
And I think he could be running even faster than he is. I think he could easily make it 3 wide right here. Let's see what he does.
Only 15 laps to go in the stage.
He wants to get positions, but he doesn't want to hurt his tires. This is the balance the drivers are going to have to try to find all night.
Marty told us during the break there was radio communication from the Wallace car to his team, and Bubba came back and said, everybody relax, I got this.
I'm a little confused by this call out of Jonathan Hassler. He obviously has a plan. I'm just trying to figure out what it is. I didn't think he would want to burn a set of tires up. Maybe he's thinking he can drive up, score enough stage points, and guarantee advancement, and just then race the rest of the race.
Have a look at Brad Keselowski in the Castrol Ford. He's up to 8th place, and he's storming his way forward with 13 laps to go.
Blaney jumped to the outside. He knows he has better tires, but you know, he could go faster than he's going right now. This 1680s, that is not ripping around here. He's still saving tire.
Maybe he's thinking he could win the stage.
Yeah.
Get that extra playoff point that would carry into next round. That would be like absolute beautiful, right? To score a playoff point and score enough stage points to guarantee an advance. Oh, that's the 23 and the 17 push and shove. Blaney now up to third.
It's a very odd situation, Steve, because you don't really know how hard the guy in front of you is running, right? Normally when you're all running 100%, you're kind of running the same pace. Well, the guy in front of you might be running 80%. I think we'll see contact all night because of that.
It almost is like fuel savings at Daytona and Talladega. I know that sounds so crazy because we're at a half-mile high bank, but when people don't run full speed, the cadence, it's like somebody just lifting in the middle of the interstate. You're going to run into the back of them.
10 laps to go. Here comes Ryan Blaney working on Zane Smith.
I think I now see what Jonathan Hassler saw, crew chief for Ryan Blaney. I didn't see it right away. I love when these crew chiefs try to outsmart the field. I think he's thinking this exact move right here. Go up, win this stage. 10 points basically guarantees his advancement, and a playoff point he will carry into the next round may come very useful.
How about his comeback last week, Jeff, after he got turned by Kyle Larson? That was a real point of contention, but Blaney and Jonathan Hassler and the team stabilized, and Ryan drove his way back to a top 5 finish, finishing 4th ultimately at Worldwide Technology Raceway. Now he's putting the pressure on Ty Gibbs. Here's the monster on board.
And the pace has picked up. He ran 16:30 that lap. All of a sudden found a half a second.
But it's kind of like, you know, a running race. Now they can see the finish line, so they don't have to conserve anymore.
And this young man driving this 54 car, he doesn't care about Blaney's championship. He wants to win a race.
And think about last year, he was in the playoffs. This year, he's had to sit back and watch his 3 JGR teammates in the playoffs. He's led 65 laps here tonight, the 22-year-old from North Carolina, enjoying his time up front, but for how much longer? As he gets on the inside of Haley, he's got Suarez ahead. 5 laps to go. Can he win the stage?
And this is what you talked about, Jeff. Major speed difference between this back of the field on old tires trying to nurse it to the end. The 54 has to be very careful with the closing rate.
Bowman right here. He's in danger of going 2 laps down.
Traffic, traffic, traffic for Gibbs. Suarez and his Trackhouse teammate Shane Van Gisbergen.
Blaney's got, if he wants to win this stage, he's got to get by SVG and then jump to the outside. They're going to get so stacked up.
Less than 3 to go. Oh, Gibbs. He's like, I'm being nice.
I'm going to pass by with the 992 after the 12, so he's going to be wide.
Oh, there he goes. That's a move.
I'm being nice. I've been nudging you. I may have to push you. Here comes Ryan Blaney. And Blaney goes around the outside of Gibbs. He's got fresher tires, takes the lead, but for how much longer? Gibbs got his nose back in front. Final lap brought to you by Credit One Bank. This is good stuff. And it's only the opening stage. To the line, and it's Ryan Blaney.
NASCAR will confirm that at the camera because points are paid electronically. It was Blaney. I'll be honest, I couldn't tell. I believe the electronics until some sort of camera angle shows me different, but what a race. We hear confirmed it was the 12 from NASCAR, so great strategy. A 7th-stage win of 2025. Look how close it was.
Great call from the 12 team to equip Blaney with fresh tires and storm his way through to the stage win. NASCAR on USA is brought to you by Toyota, Let's Go Places, and by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. We're in the stage break. Stage 1 complete, won by Ryan Blaney here in the Bass Pro Shops night race. And it's an elimination race in the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs. So great strategy, good driving, patience when he needed to have patience as he discards his water bottle.
Yeah, real methodical. Super impressed with how he did it, and what a finish we had there.
So you had the chaos early on of the tire and the tire fall off, and then you had that very clever strategy for a gripping end to stage 1, Dave, where Ty Gibbs just got pipped by Ryan Blaney at the line.
All these crews going to work in very tight quarters down here. Ty Gibbs at the top, in the middle, William Byron, who said his car has no drive to go hard in that run. And then bottom of your screen, Ryan Blaney, he said that his car was tight. They got those 10 stage points and 1 playoff point. Big deal for them, Marty.
Lee mentioned that radio from Bubba Wallace. He told Charles tonight, listen, I know it's chaotic. I got it. Trust me, he finished 4th in that stage. He said it feels a little bit disconnected, so undo part of that last adjustment. Former Bristol winner Chris Buescher, 6th in that stage. Said he takes a while to get going, but I feel really good about the pace after that, Kim.
AJ Allmendinger, bottom of your screen, said he got loose a couple of times. Then towards the end of the run, it built tight, just using up the right front. Would prefer to be freed up, he said to his team.
Yeah, that was positive end by Buescher. His teammate and team boss, Brad Keselowski, was coming through. But how about this guy? Ty Gibbs led 69 laps so far. Back at Bristol, and we're in the stage break at the conclusion of stage 1, which had a little bit of everything, a couple of in-race cautions before the stage break. Welcome back, Lee Diffie, Steve Letarte, Jeff Burton. Jeff, we saw there with Ryan Blaney. He went the furthest. He went 64 laps before he needed to because of that tyre fall off. And then with that great strategy to win stage 1. What did you make of his campaign?
Well, the experience that they gained in the race last year with their tire failure was real. That's what they're applying tonight. Some teams that put on 2 tires, their strategy, Steve did a great job of describing it, puts them in the best position to win a championship, right? They're not so worried about where they finish tonight. That got them a stage win, and it also got them 10 points.
I tell you, for me, the glimpse into what's happening out there was the Josh Berry interview. I feel awful that he had that rubber buildup in the fire that eliminated the 21's opportunity, and I feel that's almost bad luck, but he said it was going to be awesome. So here's a race car driver who had everything go wrong, but he was just reveling in the fact that he was going to be able to try to save tires old school and manage it to the finish.
DJ, what did you make of that? If you were to put the helmet back on, is this a kind of race you would relish or resist?
No, I think once that we got past the point, and the good thing is we really saw no tire failures that took any cars out until Josh Berry had that problem. It really wasn't exactly a tire failure that did that. So the big thing is it's great racing. It reminds me of the 80s and 90s, Jeff Burton, but running around the bottom, you have to move somebody if you want to pass. Marty?
DJ Kyle Larson already 1 lap down. He has damage on the right front. So that's stop number 2 for this team, and they added a lap here, so they're not going to go green this time. So 2 stops on this caution for Kyle Larson trying to fix that right front damage. Cliff Daniels and that team's been very busy trying to get that right front fixed up. That came from a restart a little bit earlier, Lee.
And Marty, we've just received a report that Kyle Larson was too fast entering. So we'll receive a penalty for that as well.
We've also saw, though, you saw the graphic that he has officially advanced with his points.
So too, the 23 of Bubba Wallace. We were talking about him not long ago. It's been a positive start to the evening here in Bristol, and he will go through to the round of 12.
Kyle Larson won the last 2 races here, and now let's see if he can overcome these issues. He got done what he needed to get done as far as the playoffs, but DJ talked about it in our Countdown to Green show. Momentum, speed. Do they have what they need? Tonight's an important race for them to prove that. Trevor.
Yeah, Jeff, and it's going to be about that risk reward all night long. When that caution came out for Josh Berry, Austin Dillon was 3 laps down. Richard Boswell said, we're going to have to do some different strategy here to get those laps back. They took the wave around. The 48 spun out, got that lucky caution, got a lap back. Then they pitted, waited for the stage break. They did the opposite strategy of Blaney there. Blaney went hard. Austin Dillon saved tires over those 30 laps so they could take the wave around again. Now they find themselves 1 lap down.
Racing laps. Like I said, it's not positions, it's laps at this point. We have another 115 laps to go before the end of this stage. Jeff, I'd love to give your opinion. You know, you're around these drivers a lot. They have been asking for more and more to be in their hands. Obviously, we didn't expect what we saw in the first 40 laps, nor did the drivers. They all ran very hard after a relatively calm practice yesterday. How much of an advancement do you think we're going to see in the next few hundred laps? How much of a difference can these drivers make?
Well, I think you're right. The chaos was because no one expected it. We didn't see this in practice. So teams, drivers, nobody went into this race thinking, I've got to save tires. So now they know it, and they will all adjust. And some will do it better than others. But a version of this is what the drivers have been asking for. They want tires to wear out. They want them to go away. They want it in their hands. They want some cars drive better than others, and that makes speed different. So now you know you got the problem. Now you have to manage it.
If you want a tire fall off, you got it, because they fall off, and then just disappear.
And then disappear.
Big night of risk versus reward, guys.
Here we go. Stage 2 as they enter the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone. Let's get back to it here in Bristol. And Bubba Wallace gives Ty Gibbs a big old shove. They leave Zane Smith, and Bubba Wallace sweeps right around the outside. Straight into the lead of this race.
Get your pace.
All right, so now let's see if those Toyota teammates will work together, slow the pace down. This is what we saw the last time this happened. Some drivers would go really hard, pick up positions, and then slow down.
Kings Hawaiian on board with Denny Hamlin. Remember what happened to him at the beginning of stage 1 when he just couldn't get down to that low line, eventually did and was able to stabilize after losing many positions. Somebody's out and up wide there. That's the 24 of William Byron.
You don't want to be on the outside. You want to be able to get on the bottom, just run a slow pace. When you get on the outside, it forces you to run a little bit harder pace than you want to, and it damages those tires.
Maytag on board for Austin Cindric. His point situation has improved thus far. Look at this, AJ Allmendinger on Wallace. Wallace has gone back to second, now third, and he's in that second groove. Zane Smith's looking for a way to push his way through, and John Hunter Nemechek there as well.
Yeah, this is what I talked about earlier, is that the guy behind you, he gets ready to go. There's nothing you can do about it, right? You're checked up, you're going slow, you're saving tires. He says, I'm done, I'm gonna go past you. You don't know it until he's beside you.
Jeff, I think one of the most difficult positions in this situation is the guys running for the free pass, which currently is the 20 of Bell with the 9 of Elliott and the 1 of Chastain, because, you know, the leaders, you can let the lead go, but you're not losing a lap. It's just a position, and you think you might get it back. You don't know when the yellow's going to come out, as we see the 20 get shoved up the hill right there, and now the 9's to his left side. Now, how hard do they run knowing that an instant yellow, you only award 1 lap back, and that's to the guy, the highest running 1 lap down car?
I think Christopher Bell may have been shoved up there by Keselowski because Hamlin was coming through, and he may have given Keselowski a shove.
Just to explain what's happening right here in regard to where their pace is. When we saw that battle for the stage win between Gibbs and Blaney, they were running 16:20s. They're now running 17:20. So they backed this pace off for a second, trying to save tires. We didn't see this at the start of the race.
Right.
We didn't see any of this.
The yellow guy was spinning down the front.
Caution is out, and it's for Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
McDowell spun around as well.
Ricky ran really well in qualifying yesterday. Was running well in this race.
Eric Jones as well. And this reminds me of like a 1996 Darlington race when Ward Burton drove off the front of the field.
Let's have a look. Focusing on Stenhouse.
Oh boy.
Riley Herbst, there's contact from the rear. Stenhouse goes into Van Gisbergen. What happens to Jones and
it's backwards on the bottom already.
And McDowell may have taken evasive action.
Yeah, I'd probably be trying to check up, and the guy behind him didn't get slowed up. Typical. Watch behind. There you go. Just trying to slow down, and there's Bristol.
Bell gets the free pass, so that's a lap back for Christopher Bell.
Joe.
Now the challenge is, Jeff, I don't think you can put tires on because you just don't have enough. Right? I mean, you have to get 50 laps out of each set of tires, or reasonably close to 50 laps.
And spinning the tires like they just did, spinning out, that certainly cost them a set of tires.
Oh yeah, watch this.
Just a stick here, just a stick. Outside 20 out.
And when I said they were going slower, I didn't say they weren't racing. That's a good example.
Well, look, a lot further behind because of a couple of issues in the running order is Kyle Larson. We show you another replay here from Shane Van Gisbergen, and that was Logano and Kyle Busch involved in that. It is frantic and hectic. Van Gisbergen with the Wendy's onboard is currently 30 points below the cut line. I want to talk about another driver further back. That is Kyle Larson. He's in 28th at the moment. The last two races here at Bristol Motor Speedway, this guy has dominated. He's led 873 laps over the last two races. And tonight has not yet led a lap. Dave?
Lee, we saw William Byron get shuffled to the high side and was kind of losing positions there. Here's why.
These are okay. Like, these are terrible. I mean, I was obviously stuck up there, but it was really bad. Okay, everybody has to use every set of tires. We're just gonna have to get through it, and it's gonna come back around.
Steve, 11 sets of tires this weekend. One of them had to come from qualifying, and that was the one that was put on William Byron's car here. He didn't like it.
No, he doesn't like it, but I actually love the idea of just using it up early and getting it behind you. I agree with Rudy Fugle. We have to use them all, so somebody's going to have to pay the piper. We're going to just pay it right now in stage 2. We're going to be around at the end of this race and try to win the big trophy.
Be done with them.
Just be done with them. It's like that chore at home. You're better off to just get it done and move along. I don't think we're going to have any takers at the front of the field purely because of tire count. I think everybody would love to put tires on, but I just don't think you can afford to at this point.
Hey guys, I was wondering, Jeff Burton, you'll remember back when we had to scuff tires at certain places and things like that. I was interested to see how the qualifying tires might actually work, and would they hold up a little bit longer because they've had that cycle of heat cycle and then cooling off.
Yeah, we used to do that. Like in practice, you'd roll tires in just because that heat cycle would make them more durable. That's a great point, DJ. If that does look better, you know, you might be able to take these tires off right here, then only have a handful of laps and put them on later in the race. But I guess the concern is, by listening to William Byron, even if they're more durable, it doesn't sound like they drive as good.
Tell us more about Larson, Marty.
Yeah, they're still trying to fix this damage on the 5 car. They have it mostly fixed, but now they have handling issues for Kyle Larson. So Cliff Daniels kind of gone into damage control here, not only with the race car, but also trying to get the handling right for the winner of the last 2 races here at Bristol, Kim.
Yeah, you see Alex Bowman, bottom of your screen, that chassis adjustment still free in. They try to give him a little bit more security for fresh Goodyear tires. So no good deal for Bowman, who is back on the lead lap.
So the field will pack up. We'll go back to racing after this latest caution here in Bristol. Bass Pro Shops night race. Back in a moment. What a shot that is of Bristol Motor Speedway as we bring you the Toyota driver update. And Ty Gibbs, who has led 88 laps here so far this evening, he's led more laps at Bristol than any other track. Could tonight be his night? And he's got fellow Toyota driver Bubba Wallace right with him. Dave?
And Lee, is he in a better position because he is out front and can manage his pace? His spotter, Tony Hirschman, told him, our race pace, our pace, our race. If we go our pace, we'll save our stuff. What do you think the guys behind him or next to him think?
It's going to be very interesting what the correct pace is. You know, like how hard do you go? But I agree with you, Jeff. You know, we're talking a lot about trying to hit a target lap time, but you also have to race the cars around you. It's still a race. Positioning still matters.
That's right. And just when you can run fast on the tires, when do you do it? Is it the early part of the run, the middle of the run, late in the run?
Just tell me when the yellers are going to come out. I'll tell you when you should go hard.
Coming up to the Echo Park Automotive restart zone. Another great restart from Ty Gibbs. It's Armendinger and Wallace fighting over second. Zane Smith is next one. And then William Byron in the 24. Elliott is way up high and just getting swamped.
Yeah, the 9 Chase Elliott looks like he has an issue. He keeps wiggling the car around. No speed into the corner here. I don't know if he has a flat tire. We'll see if he tries to get to pit road or not. There's definitely an issue. He does not have confidence in this 9 car, but he stays on the racetrack at both ends now.
Wonder if he got shoved out of the lane and picked up a bunch of rubber on his tires or something. See what happens. Hey, he got there. Here he is.
Goes
Drives
down
in the corner and just doesn't turn. I don't know if the car is loose and he couldn't turn it. Now he's way up the racetrack and now he's picking up all that debris on his tires. His tires are hot. It just builds up on the tires and now it has no grip. The only way to get grip is you got to get back in the groove and get all those marbles off the tires.
Yeah, now it
pushed off of it. Should never chose top.
Yep.
Should never chose top. So he's saying on the restart he should have chose the bottom. To your point, Jeff, not be in that lane that had him go up. He was near the free pass position. He's currently 1 lap down, now 30th. Last car on the 1 lap down cycle.
Got his Hendrick Motorsports teammate right ahead of him there in Kyle Larson. Up front, Gibbs, Armendinger, Wallace, Blaney, Byron, and John Hunter Nemechek in that Pied Barker Toyota Camry for Legacy Motor Club. These guys are on a roll. These guys meaning the Legacy Motor Club drivers, especially John Hunter Nemechek. They put the last 3-4 races in a row of really strong, competitive runs and showing race after race that it's not a fluke. They're there.
That's
this
right.
package is coming together.
They have tipped me over to become a believer. I didn't know. We saw speed back in Indianapolis this summer. It came and went, and it showed up again at Darlington. But to your point, Diff, the consistency in the last 3 races has been what I've been looking for. They have managed. They haven't been just remarkable. They have been solid. Solid on the track, on pit road, everywhere for the 42.
It wasn't that long ago we saw the 48 car in trouble. Put on tires, lap 151, and now he's driven back up to 9th.
Not giving up, not giving up. Can still find his way into the round of 12 if he wins here tonight in Bristol.
And they have got William Byron. He is not where he wants to be. They shoved A.J. Allmendinger out. You do not want to be in that second lane. It just, there's less ability to save tires in the second lane and maintain pace.
Here comes the Hurricane. The 77 of Carson Hocevar whips his way through there on the inside. And that Spire driver finds his way up to 4th place and is now working on Ryan Blaney. Thought about it, he thought about it, and then resisted.
Right here, just managing pace with the leader.
Blaney's giving him the top, to your point, Jeff. He said, hey, this is as fast as I'm going to go, but if you're going to go by me, you're going to drive to the right side of me down the straightaways. Oh, now he ran up top, and the 77's going to dive in. Will 12 shut the door?
Well, that's what
no, he doesn't. The 42 is going to shove him out.
That's what's impossible if you're Blaney. Like, you're riding trying to save tires, and the guy behind you, you know, he could act like he's saving tires and just throttle up on the leaving the corner and pass you.
Hocevar came in on lap 151. That was 21 laps after the guys that he is surrounded by, the Toyota on board. For Bubba Wallace, he's seen him a couple of positions evaporate. Tell us more, Marty.
Lee, it's been a fascinating chess match to listen to on the radio about how to manage the target lap time that Steve and Jeff have been talking about. Before this restart, when Bubba Wallace was second, he had that conversation with Charles tonight. Listen in.
I can't play for one corner and get control back of this race. My concern is that then the 54 wants to run faster and just you end up the hill again. That's my concern. Otherwise, I'm not opposed. That's my concern. Yeah, with the bottom first corner,
So, Steve, that's Bubba Wallace at least asking Charles tonight, can I go run hard? Tonight saying no. Because here's the problem, Steve. Crew chiefs have been telling drivers, we've been able to go 45 laps, and that's it. I need 55 laps with the amount of tires we have left to be able to make it just to the end of the race. You have to give me 55 laps. That's why we put you on a target time.
Well, last spring, they were able to get up to about 60, 65, even 70 laps at times. So I think if you're thinking of tire life, think of like battery in your cell phone. And very simply, these drivers want to have every app running. They want to have videos being streamed. They want everything that is just sucking the battery life out of your cell phone. What the drivers are being asked to do is shut all those apps down. I know you want to push hard, but we got to extend the battery life of these tires. So the question is, when do you use that energy? That's how you have to look at these tires. It's really like they have so much energy in them. When do you use them? When's the right time?
So talking about that, there's the 47 car, Stenhouse. We just saw him spun around on the front straightaway. So he pitted, put on 4 tires, and then what he did, he's used those tires. He went and accelerated and passed a lot of cars, got his track position back, and then backed it up.
He's now running 9th. He's in a solid spot. He's ahead of Zane Smith, right behind Chris Butcher. How about Alex Bowman? Bowman, who we also saw sideways and caused a caution. Alex Bowman has leapfrogged his way up to 13th. He is 1 car, 1 position on the wrong side of the cut line. However, he's only 19, 20 points out of it. If things keep going the way they're going, this guy could possibly race his way in to the next round.
What a story it would be. You see on the left side, laps since pit. Gibbs has 45. Hocevar only 24 laps. Bowman as well, only 24 laps.
Tell us more, Kim Kuhn.
Yeah, Lee, you mentioned that points position right now just minus 20. And when I talked to crew chief Blake Harris this morning about how they were approaching this race, he goes, it's not a must-win entering tonight for us. He goes, we'll see how things play out at the end of the stage 2. That's where their mindset would change. He goes, but what we need to win the race is the same thing as what we need to point in, and that is track position. Right now, Alex Bowman has good track position running in the 6th position.
What's that mindset like, Jeff? You think if you could go inside the 48, I got nothing to lose. I may as well go for it.
Well, but going forward, it's going to put him in a position he doesn't want to be in, right? So what they have to do is they have to look at this race as a massive opportunity. They needed something unusual to happen, and they got it. This tire issue is opportunity. So know when to strike. Put yourself in position. Don't do anything silly. It's a long way to go between now and the end of the race. Just keep yourself in position.
71 laps remain in the 2nd stage. Ty Gibbs out in front, and he's been in that position for 115 laps. 61 to go here in stage 2, and pit stops are a necessity. Chase Elliott in the Napa number 9 for Hendrick Motorsports, just coming off pit road after his most recent service. AJ Armendinger has also been to pit road.
Ty Gibbs, 45, now 46 green flat tires on the leader, doing a nice job. And you see bottom of your screen action happening in the Goodyear camp. We'll see if maybe NASCAR feels they have enough tires. It looks like they're mounting tires maybe to release some more to these teams.
Steve, they are working on an extra set for the teams. Nothing confirmed to the teams yet by NASCAR, but they are working on mounting those extra set of tires. One set per team. Dave?
And now William Byron brings the 24 to pit road. This is on lap 191 as he came down pit road. Last time he pitted was 130, I believe. So that's plenty of laps on these tires. He'll get 4 more here.
Tell you what, it looks like to me there's a pattern. Hendrick cars on pit road pretty early. Larson's on pit road now.
Ty Gibbs continues to control the race. Really, really great work out of the young driver. And how about Hocevar? 2 young guys at the front of the field. Here comes a 60 of Priest.
2 22-year-olds at the head of the field, employing some discipline. I want to show you something with Ryan Priest here in the 60. Check this out. He's got Zane Smith behind him, fellow Ford driver. And then Daniel Suarez next. Priest is trying to find his way there, Jeff.
It's just so much slower than the guys behind him.
Here's Zane Smith's turn. It's been a great night for the front row driver. Trevor Bayne standing by.
Carson Hocevar was in 26th place only 30 laps ago. They took a wave around, got up to 14th, and then they took the strategy, Steve, of going really hard on that restart. They went from 14th to 2nd and then told their driver to find his pace. Looking at their data on their pit box, I'm only seeing about 60% throttle on the straightaway, Jeff. Is that the best strategy to save these tires?
Yeah, Trevor, I think that's all you can do. You just cannot carry so much speed into the corner that you're just driving the load into the tire and ripping the rubber off the tire. So you just have to resist going to that throttle. Just do not carry speed on corner entry.
These 2 guys in the 54 and 77 are the youngest drivers in the field, and quite often have had the finger pointed at them for, you know, a little bit too much youthful exuberance and too much eagerness. But look at the discipline and patience they're employing up front.
Doing a nice job. The 48, I think, was trying to come to pit road, and he got cars to his left. We'll see if he's there. See how low he is right here? I think he's going to try to come to pit road.
Fitting, come on.
Yeah, you can see right here the 88 just is trying to get around him, gets to his left. Bowman doesn't want him there.
And he almost gets hit by the 7 on the outside. See his hands out the window? He was trying to tell him if he wanted to come down pit road. He almost got hit by the 7. Kim.
Here's Alex Bowman. He said tight firing off. It's making it really hard to get around cars. 4 fresh. Oh, all right. Right side tire only for Alex Bowman. You also saw the one of Ross Chastain on the pit lane. He said really tight. Thinks he might in fact have a right rear blister. We'll check on that set of tires in a second, Marty.
Denny Hamlin leaving his pit stall. He told Chris Gale, I'll tell you when the tires start to go away. He told him 2 laps ago, need to come to pit road. Was able to get here. Now 48 to go in stage 2. So right around the number that Chris Gale wanted from Hamlin, Trevor.
Joey Logano hitting pit road for 4 tires here. Really been struggling with the balance of this car. Wanted to move up to the top to get some grip and trying to find a way by some people early in the run, but wasn't able to do so. Not happy with his 22. Austin Dillon hitting pit road as well. He took those 2 wave rounds earlier, but this is going to put him back to 3 laps down. Not what the 3 team needs either, Dave.
Chase Briscoe hit pit road because, as you know, Trevor Bayne, when you feel a vibration and that tire is not going to last any longer, you've got to come to pit road. Chase got new tires.
Saw a lot of fires underneath the hood on the right fronts that were removed. I would assume that's rubber that's wrapped around the headers. That normally goes out as long as it doesn't get into the rocker panel. That's what happened to the 21 car, Marty.
Bubba Wallace has done a fantastic job, Steve, of managing tires. In fact, at one point, his spotter, Nick Payne, said, "Are you taking care of me?" He said, "I got you, buddy. We're doing a really good job here." So Bubba Wallace has been in the top 5 for much of this race, pitting for 4 fresh tires, 44 to go in stage 2.
Well, 62 laps run under green by Ty Gibbs, Ryan Blaney, Austin Cindric. So tire conservation is possible while leading the race. So there you have it. Controlling the race and running the longest on tires. That's a great combination.
Trevor?
Tyler Reddick heading pit road from 8th place. They made a lot of progress on this car. He's been depending on the tire wear to adjust on this car. Pretty happy with the balance, but he just wants the crew chief, Billy Scott, to tell him which way they need to go to conserve those right sides.
Obviously, cautions are a contributing factor, but for Ty Gibbs to be out there for now 78 laps in comparison to Blaney's 64-lap run. Have a look at what happened to the Toyota driver.
Yeah. Busher got on the outside of him. Then Busher got up into all those marbles and lost control and made contact with the wall.
Ty Gibbs coming to pit road now. Great onboard to show you just how difficult it is. Now remember, under green, only 1 straightaway. So Ty pitting on the back stretch. He'll only run his pit road, Dave.
And Steve Tyler and his crew chief told me this morning that one of the reasons why he's so good here is because it's an all-out racetrack. That suits his style. Well, tonight, he's had to be less than all out. He's had to race the pace that the tires will take. So far, he's doing a great job, Trevor.
77 to Carson Hocevar. They said he did a great job there. He said the tires still felt good, but you can see the cords on that right rear as he came in. Dave.
On pit lane now is Ryan Blaney. His crew chief, Jonathan Hassler, told me this morning we don't have to do anything astronomical. So far, that's been the case here. The space move may be, though, to do the best with your Goodyear tires, Kim.
Christopher Bell finishing up his stop for fresh Goodyear tires. He came on the radio and told his crew chief, Adam Stevens, "I'm starting to lose my pace. The tires are starting to go," so Adam calmed him down. Marty?
Kim, a lot of frustration on the radio from Austin Cindric, who told Brian Wilson, "What are we waiting for? We need to come to pit road." But you can see these Penske cars going much longer. And look at that right rear that came off the 2 car all the way down to the fabric. But they have shown they can manage these tires. Cindric doing a fantastic job behind the wheel, but probably would have liked to come to pit road a little bit earlier.
Well, that will give the lead to the 48 of Alex Bowman, a must-win situation. Remember, on his green flag stop 12 laps ago, 2 tires and 2 tires only. I like the aggression. They are to the point of the season where even if the numbers say maybe not, I think you're going to have to be uncomfortable. It's going to take victory lane for the 48 to advance. So great job by this 48 team, continuing to just swing for the fences.
Just 37 to go here in stage 2. Bowman leads. You just saw the youngsters of Hocevar and Gibbs come to pit road. It's been a good night for Brad Keselowski as well. Under the lights here in Bristol, NASCAR Cup Series playoffs continue. Elimination time as well. We're determining who will go through to the round of 12. The Bass Pro Shops night race continues live here on USA, and there is a new race leader riding along. The Bass Pro Shops on board with Austin Dillon, but further up the field, it's Carson Hocevar, and this is how he got there, by Alex Bowman.
He's got a little bit fresher tire. Alex Bowman being very disciplined. Alex needs to get to the end of this stage. He pitted earlier than Hocevar and Gibbs did by about 10 laps. So that means Alex Bowman, he's going to have to be very easy on these tires. I'm worried about him a little bit, Steve. The Hendrick cars seem like they can't go as far on these tires as other people.
Yeah, they definitely on the early side of the pit window. But we did have some guys run well over 60 laps, Hocevar being one of them. Gibbs right behind him as well. Austin Cindric actually stretched it the furthest. He's back there in 5th, so he pitted near one of the last cars, so he might be able to push a little bit more, Dave.
Ty Gibbs right there in the picture in the black 54. This was the counsel from his spotter, Tony Hirschman.
You gotta be smart. We have plenty of speed and plenty of pace, clear. You can't just go in and run into them, so we're gonna take them off and then they're gonna give it back to us when we don't need to. Set it up, out-wrap them, low and straight leave.
Good advice.
Don't run into these guys when he goes by, right? So that they don't get mad at him later. So don't make these tires mad. Don't make the other drivers mad. Right now, he's a mad push for the lead.
All over Carson Hocevar, who is all over Chase Briscoe, threatening to put Briscoe down a lap change to the race leader. Ty Gibbs is back in front.
That's the maturity of the driver of the 77. He knows the outside is not where he wants to be. He just concedes the position.
See, Nemechek, just a few laps ago, we saw him up there battling in the top 5. They had a problem on pit road. Now he is lapped.
Yeah, it sounds like he got in a position where they can only change your right side tires plus a slow stop. Bad combination. If you're going to sit there a long time, you want to get all 4 on it.
So, Steve, we've seen several cars only change right side tires. I'm sure guys at home are saying, wait, you're having all these tire problems. Why aren't you putting 4 on? Several have just put 2.
Yeah, so the left side tires are definitely not wearing out. The question is, does the lack of grip from the left side tax the right side more, right? Are you using all 4 tires or a worn, hot, slimy left sides pushing the right sides harder? But I do think it's an option in the crew chief's playbook to only take rights. This final stage, sorry, Diff, it's going to be fascinating with how these guys decide to consume it.
So 19 to go. Let's give a shout out to Austin Cindric, who came in as the driver on the cut line in 12th, and lots of pressure. Well, first of all, he answered the challenge yesterday as we ride aboard with thanks to Maytag. Cindric answered that, Jeff, yesterday in qualifying, putting his car on the 2nd row in 3rd, and tonight, right now, he runs 5th. He's been towards the front of this field, and he is remaining consistent, doing everything that he needs to do. This would buy him 3 more spots in the points order heading into the round of 12.
Yeah, good disciplined race so far. They had good speed yesterday in practice. You see right here, they've caught the end of the lead lap. Some of these guys are a lap down. See, 24 car, William Byron going a lap down, or close to going a lap down. This is when these drivers at the back of the pack, they're going to start pushing their cars harder than they want to.
Yeah, this is the time Ty Gibbs is going to have to be extremely careful. He has the best car, doing a great job, but there's a lot of stuff happening in front of him that could ruin his night.
We've said it multiple times. This is Bristol that we used to watch. Best line on the very bottom. You catch the tail end of the pack. They're side by side. You can't get by them. I mean, where's he going to go?
Smart discipline here. He knows he's trying. There's nowhere to go up front. It's all bumper tagging. He'll keep creating the holes. You're going to have orange one, you get the red one and orange one. Stringing 2 up top here.
That's the Southern 500 winner ahead of him in Chase Briscoe.
And what you have to do if you're Ty Gibbs, you cannot give the bottom up on corner exit. You have to know that the 77 of Hocevar, the second you give the bottom up, oh, we got to spin, SVG.
Van Gisbergen in the Wendy's entry for Trackhouse.
You're rolling, you're rolling. Stay on track.
And unfortunately, the way tonight is going for SVG fans out there, this is going to be the farewell in the playoffs for the driver of the 88. It's been a rough night. Check this out. This is a couple of laps earlier. Zane Smith. Whoa.
And now he's going to be really slow after getting all that debris on his tires. I think still slow on corner entry because of that. Contact and around he goes.
Shane knew it was going to be a tough night, a tough challenge. Was there a little contact there from William Byron? Maybe. And that's what sent the 88 sideways.
Here it is. See how slow he is? He still has debris on his tires, and William just doesn't anticipate it.
24 will end up being the free pass here.
Yeah, he might have been thinking might need a caution for another reason there.
Well, I questioned it because NASCAR has, if you are involved in the yellow, they do have the right to not award a free pass. But I think, Jeff, to your point, they saw the 88 get into the, you know, the stuff in the closing rate.
So a little reprieve after many laps of chaos.
Yeah, this is an interesting call right here with only 11 laps to go in the stage.
Well, this is where we heard Marty talk about potentially an extra set of tires. We've asked NASCAR. They haven't officially released them yet. If I'm a crew chief, that's information I need to know because I would want to put tires on here and run hard to try to win the stage. It looks like the 54 is going to do it. There is a theory that says just stay out and save a set, but it doesn't look like the lead lap cars are going to do it. They're all going to come to pit road, Trevor.
Carson Hocevar doing a great job for his team managing these paces, was able to get up there to the front and then manage those right side tires. They're going to put 4 on it for him. For Brad Keselowski, they debated stickers or scuffs. They opted to go with these stickers here, Dave.
Leader Ty Gibbs gets his scuff off. He'll take on 4 freshies here. A little tight in traffic, but still pretty good. He said about the balance all the way around to you, Marty.
Bubba Wallace said, I need to be freed up just a little bit, but not too much. And there was a lot of debate on all these team radios about whether or not to take that set of tires right here. They have 4 sets of tires for those who have pitted 5 times at this point. So that debate going on for both the 23 and the 2 of Austin Cindric. And interesting, on the 23 got trapped there by the 54 on his inside, Kim.
You saw the 4 tires go on the 48 of Alex Bowman. He said, I'm just tighter than I want to be. They asked if it was any better after the last adjustment. He said no, so a slight air pressure adjustment for Alex.
Closing laps of stage 2.
NASCAR has rescinded the free pass. They've changed their mind. William Byron was the highest scored lap down car, so he would be the eligible car, but deemed to be involved in the incident with contact to the rear bump of the 88, so therefore no free pass. Byron's still a lap down.
There is nothing like the Bass Pro Shops Bristol night race at the world's fastest half mile, and we're going to have a sprint to the end of stage 2, grabbing as many points as you can. That's what it's all about in this elimination race. Who's going to make it, who will not. So 4 will be eliminated this evening and not go any further into the round of 12 next week.
right side tires that have got their money's worth down there in those stacks there today. There's some retreads. Put another set of treads on that thing. Crew chiefs, drivers, spotters earning their money's worth today. Pit crews, man, it has been a lot going on. A whole wave of free pass cars, and we got the 47 of Stenhouse out here on old tires. Man, there's a lot going on in this race. I do like the old school feel around the bottom, Jeff.
It definitely has that.
Yeah, like, you know, there's debate, I guess, on the tire, whether you like it or don't like it. That's what the drivers have asked for. But I'm a big fan of the preferred lane being around the bottom. We've seen a lot of more pushing and shoving, beating and running. You kind of got to move them up. And I think it's all this debris, right? I mean, we would think the top would come in, but it's just so dirty. I don't know if they're ever going to get up there.
NASCAR, I think, will continue to clean the top, probably at stage breaks, but it's just so dirty up there right now.
Just check out that graphic on the left-hand side of your screen. The drivers surrounded in blue are, of course, playoff drivers. Those surrounded in yellow are guaranteed. They are already through to the round of 12. Of course, Chase Briscoe and Denny Hamlin, courtesy of their recent wins. Bubba Wallace and Kyle Larson already confirmed in the round of 12. It was quite the thriller to the line at the end of stage one. Just hundredths of a second between Ryan Blaney and Ty Gibbs. That's how close it was. So rub your hands together, get ready, because we may see the same here to conclude the second stage.
Blaney using the choose. He was running outside the top 5, but he's decided to take outside row 2. He is going to be in a tough spot behind the 47 on older tires. Let's see what he can pull off.
Ready to go. And spinning the wheels a little bit on the inside was Ty Gibbs. He was ready to get that launch. Now he's got that inside run. He's got fresher tires than Ricky Stenhouse, and away goes Gibbs.
Stenhouse is in trouble right here. He's got to try to get to the bottom of the racetrack. I think they're just saving a set of tires. I think that they knew they were in trouble. They just didn't want to put a set of tires on him.
Look at Blaney. Blaney on the inside of Alex Bowman.
I was wondering how he was going to do it from that position. Well, he proved us how to do it, showed us how to do it, shoved the 47 out of the way, and he rockets to second.
It's the same two guys at the same stage of the portion of the race, coming to the end of a stage, and it's the 54 Joe Gibbs Racing Toyota of Ty Gibbs up against Team Penske's Ryan Blaney. Can young Ty get the upper hand on Blaney this time round? One lap to go, presented by Credit One Bank. Think about the determination inside the helmet, inside the cockpit of the 54. Monster Energy Toyota. He got denied at stage 1. Ty Gibbs wins stage 2. Nicely done.
Good job, Ty. You get him.
It's his third career stage win. And guess what? They've all come here on a night where tires have been a story. Chaos has been a story. Hey, but that's Bristol. NASCAR on USA is brought to you by Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? And by Bass Pro Shops, voted America's best outdoor retailer. So, 2 stages down. We're halfway through already the Bass Pro Shops night race and ready for a lengthy 3rd stage and a key stage in defining what the round of 12 will look like. Who's going to make it? Who won't? That perspective right there, you never get sick of seeing that shot, do you?
It's unbelievable. I'll tell you drive down 1941, kind of the local highway, and if you've never been here, you kind of crest over a hill, and there it is on a mountaintop. Even in the day, it's amazing, but lit up at night, it's like nothing you've ever seen.
Well, I know you drove here, taking your daughter back to college, and it was a long drive, but when you fly in here and coming in through the mountains and the rolling green hills, and then all of a sudden you see, as it's known, the last great Coliseum, it is quite the spectacle.
It's such a beautiful facility, and just think about, like you talked about all night, all the history at this racetrack. The intensity of racing here is unmatched. You cannot describe what it feels like to drive down in the corner, drive into those banking. I mean, whoever built this was nuts. Like, who would have thought of building a half-mile racetrack with this much banking?
I wish I was there for that. Hey, I got an idea.
Let's do this.
You what? You saw Goodyear Tire and Rubber working very hard down there. NASCAR has said that once there is a set available and mounted for everybody, they will release it, so no driver or team has an advantage. That will take a little bit of the pressure off of trying to stretch the tires, at least for running out. Now, you still want to stretch them in a strategic manner because I think it gives you the best chance to win this race. But what I love about that extra set of tires is we get some yellows. What we just saw right there, that sprint to the finish, that's the Bristol that we know and love. And I think that extra set will allow these teams take the handcuffs off a little bit, Marty.
Steve, let's chat with Justin Fantozzi, the operations manager for Goodyear. So, Justin, we just were given word by NASCAR that once there's a set for everyone, they will release an extra set to the teams. Why that decision?
You know, the team's working really hard getting this extra set mounted and balanced and ready. We're going to go back to the same amount of sets that we had in the spring race where we saw this same sort of condition. We're ready to go. You know, the industry has asked for this. We got the best drivers, the best crew chiefs. We're going to ask them to manage it, and we're delivering on exactly what we were asked to do.
What have you seen from the tire tonight? I know you tried to go to a softer right side. Has anything caught you guys off guard this evening?
You know, the temperatures have gotten really cool right now. I mean, I'm in a sweater, and as that temperature has dropped, it's returned to back what we saw spring 18 months ago. So the tire's behaving exactly like it should.
Yeah, so I'm going to have Brad walk with me here. You can see all these sets that we've been showing from up high, but they already have numbers on them, Steve. So yes, once they get a set for every race team, all of these tires, one more set will be released to the teams.
Thanks, Marty. And I have to agree with the Goodyear personnel right there. Jeff, you and I have been in a lot of meetings. We've had a lot of conversations with Garage, the industry, the crew chiefs, the drivers. Now, they all don't agree, but the masses have asked for this style. They want tire fall off. They want tire management. This is something that the 80s, the 90s, the early 2000s of NASCAR, when you dropped the green, it wasn't go as hard as you want. You had to actually manage some of this. There'll be different opinions on either side. We saw this happen last spring. Then we came back with the same tire in the night race, and it wasn't an issue at all, Jeff, with the same exact tire.
Yeah, temperature makes a huge difference. You heard the Goodyear representative talk about how it's gotten cool, and now we did not have any issue in practice yesterday. It was hot, sunny, the concrete was hot, and now it's cool, and so now we're starting to see this happen. It's very interesting that we're on that much of an edge with temperature, but if you never cross the edge, then you never find where it is.
Yeah.
And so, yes, the industry has been asking for more tire wear. They've been asking for fall off, and when you do that, Diff, and you're going to sometimes go over it a little bit. Obviously, it's gone over it a little bit, but I'm going to tell you, most everybody is okay with it, because as you build softer tires and you develop, this is a wider tire, it's been hard to get them soft enough. They now have developed rubber. They never believed they could put that soft of a rubber on these tires, and now you're seeing it, and it's a good sign.
Justin Fantozzi from Goodyear that spoke to Marty spoke about the temperature. Race started was 75 degrees. It's dropped to 68 degrees. And by the way, we say well done to the 12. Menards Ford of Ryan Blaney and the 12 team. they have done enough right as the stage of this race to be confirmed into the round of 12. Marty? Dave, pardon me.
That's okay, Lee. His crew chief, Jonathan Hassler, just told his driver, we are in good shape. That backs up what you're talking about. 19 points earned today. He's in the green now. Moving on to the next round, Marty.
Dave, a long debate between Austin Cindric and Brian Wilson about whether or not to pit here. But I think a lot of teams, seeing that Goodyear will release an extra set to these teams, made the decision, let's come now. Let's see what we can get done here. This will leave them with 3 sets of tires once they put that on and once NASCAR releases that extra set, Kim.
Yeah, and you saw Christopher Bell come down. When they came down on lap 241, they took left, so brought him down this time to put on right side tires.
Getting ready to ignite stage 3 here in the night at Bristol.
Welcome back to Elimination Night at the Last Great Coliseum. Powerball is back to its race to $1 million. Congratulations to these 12 lottery players. They survived the latest elimination drawing in the NASCAR Powerball playoffs. Follow along as the playoff field is cut. The remaining 4 players will win a VIP trip to NASCAR Championship Weekend for the chance to win $1 million. Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR and home to the NASCAR Powerball Playoff. Well, guys, it's been an action-packed race so far, and we still have 237 laps to go.
Yeah, Kim, biggest portion, biggest stage of this Bass Pro Shops night race. Welcome back, folks. Lee Diffie, Steve Letarte, Jeff Burton. Jeff, we saw a couple of young guys really employing some good discipline there in Ty Gibbs, Carson Hocevar. We saw Gibbs run 79 laps. Not all of those were green, given. What's that like for those young guys? What's it like for everybody to do this really delicate juggling act?
Well, the driver's in the seat with the gas pedal and a steering wheel, but he's getting a lot of assistance. There's a ton of conversations coming to the driver. They've targeted a lap time. I don't want you to run any faster than this. However, there are a lot of different ways to run that speed, and I think that the data that's available to the teams, the engineers, they're using that data to provide information to the driver. And the driver's got to use it. He's got to do what they're asking him to do.
They might have been caught off guard at the beginning, but we've run half the race. There's no more secrets. Everyone knows what they need to do. They've done it before. They did it last spring. Who's going to do it the best? And let's not forget, who has the best car is still going to matter in tonight's race.
Dale Jarrett, I want to give you credit because you picked Ty Gibbs pre-race as your pre-race favorite. Do you still stand by that from what you've seen so far?
Yeah, he's done the best job of managing everything. He's had speed when he needs that, but he's also shown the discipline that you're talking about. Be interesting to see how he does. He's more than halfway to his goal, and that's to win a Cup race. But he's got a driver to his inside here that's trying to make the playoffs, and Alex Bowman. Should be fun, guys.
And what a Bowman victory would do, because if he jumps in, I will tell you, it becomes a dogfight for the next spot between the 9, the 22, the 2.
Well, look at all these guys. Gibbs, Bowman, Hocevar, Busher, Zane Smith, Jones. I mean, there's a long list of guys that really need a win.
Echo Park Automotive restart zone. We're in there, and Gibbs has done such a great job of restarting here tonight. Stage 3 underway. Chris Busher around the outside. And what has happened to Alex Bowman? He just got swamped. Zane Smith is there. Chase Briscoe's there. Here comes Bell.
Same thing happened to Chase Elliott earlier. Another Hendrick car that does not take off on old tires. You wonder if he had the same issue, like the front tires didn't work, Jeff. He drove up into the middle lane. Nice job that everybody got by, but positions lost.
Chase Briscoe forced his way through there on the inside of Zane Smith. They're still door to door. Here comes Austin Cindric in the 2.
Cindric has decided he's going to run a little bit hard at the start of this run. Now decided no. He ran 3 laps as hard as he could, then he backed up and just rolled in behind Bowman.
Oh, the 23. He got moved by the 77 a couple laps ago. I don't think Bubba Wallace is going to look too kindly on that. He thought we were all minding our P's and Q's around the bottom. Hocevar had other ideas.
Yellow, red fan on, red fan on.
Caution is out, and it's for Shane Van Gisbergen again. More troubles for the Wendy's 88 from Trackhouse. What happened this time? Last time there was a little contact from the 24 of William Byron. Let's see what happened to SVG this time.
Couldn't turn. Be loose in and then just super tight. And I just don't want to rip the right front off at 3 laps.
Can you imagine SVG? He's trying to figure out this oval racing and tire management on the same night.
Hey, you spin into turn 1 at Bristol and don't hit anything. That's pretty good. Unlikely, but yeah. Can you imagine? That's a great point, Steve. I mean,
well, because late model racing around the country.
That's why he spun out.
Yeah, okay, Ty Dillon. Yeah, I'll give you that. But late model racing around the country, and especially in the last 4 or 5 years with some tire limits, tire conservation has become a real key to winning late model races. So a lot of these guys that have oval track raced their whole life, you know, he gets it. Now listen, SVG does it at the road course, so he knows how to save the rear tires and things like that. But I just feel like Jeff's going to be probably a different skill set here than at a road course.
Yeah, well, a different skill set and just getting used to this racetrack, right?
Yeah.
Getting used to this racetrack is, you know, it takes years to really get good here. Then you throw the tire thing in there, and it's just a bit overwhelming. 71 of Michael McDowell, the free pass that puts 20 cars in the lead lap.
Which is the most we've had in a long time.
Yeah, well, all these cautions present opportunities to get back in the lead lap. As long as you can just stay 1 lap down, not get 2, you still have an opportunity.
Tell you what, we've been using the word discipline a lot. It's been a very disciplined night, and with a lot of determination by the 19 of Chase Briscoe, because there was one point, I remember Briscoe qualified, what was it, 31st? It was a horrendous qualifying position considering where he has qualified this year. But the winner of the Southern 500 was a lap down. He got himself back onto the lead lap, Steve, and he's methodically worked his way up to now be sitting in 3rd place.
The position graph for any car other than Ty Gibbs is going to be like sound waves, front to back, back to front. Now we see the 23 of Bubba Wallace come down to pit road. Marty.
A little trouble getting the right side of the car up there for Bubba Wallace on the jack, but they are the only car on pit road. So here's the interesting scenario. Once NASCAR releases that extra set of tires, this will still leave Bubba Wallace and his team with 3 sets of tires. So interesting, Steve, some teams holding on to that extra set of tires, and we're getting word now that NASCAR has just now released that extra set of tires. So the move here from Charles tonight to bring his driver down pit road, knowing, hey, we're getting that extra set of tires here in a moment.
We'll see what all the teams decide to do with them. Remember, we've run 272 laps, still have 228 laps to go.
Bass Pro Shops Bristol night race gets more and more interesting.
Back at Bristol Motor Speedway, we've been talking about the number of tires that the teams have used this weekend. I found out the hard way, actually the easy way, with Team 5 and Caesar Villeneuve, but the tire specialist for Kyle Larson, just what you have to do to get the tires ready. 44 tires at that time all had to be measured and the data sent to the engineers so they could organize the sets, and then we could move all the tires around for them. But look at that, wheel prep. Once these teams get the wheels, then they make sure that the aluminum wheels are ready to be put fast onto the cars, taken fast off of the cars. So once practice started, we watched Kyle practice. Afterwards, we got to burn the tires and then learn how to get the depth checked so the data was back and forth to the engineers. But guys, I'll tell you, the one thing that we didn't learn yesterday was what happens when there's an extra set released. Yes, 48 tires that all had to be ready to work today. The extra 4 coming just recently. And thanks to Caesar and the HMS crew, I found out what hard work it is.
That's A+, Dave. That was my first job in 1995, tire guy for Jeff Gordon. It was awesome to see you down there grinding away on pit road.
Dave, you need to reach out to HR. You deserve overtime.
Well, let's go. We're not in overtime in this race just yet, but we are back to green. And Ty Gibbs, another stellar restart, but he's being pressed by his teammate. Oh, look at that. Briscoe right around the outside. We were singing the praises of Briscoe, how he's methodically worked his way up through the field, and he just flew right around the outside of his teammate.
Yeah, just seeing the willingness to push early in the run to try to pick up spots. It's going on in the back of the field. It's going on in the front of the field. The only way you're going to move forward is to get track position. You have to get it right now. Then, if you don't get it, now what you're doing is waiting for other people to have issues, and then you saving tires hopefully can gain positions later in the run.
Toyota on board there with Bubba Wallace as he was trying to work his way through. It's Joe Gibbs racing, 1, 2, 3. And then you pick up Chris Buescher in the RFK Ford, Carson Hocevar.
Carson, turn left.
Teammate on teammate, and there's contact. Gibbs just gave a little nudge to the back of Chase Briscoe.
And all they're doing is pushing each other into running harder than they were supposed to be.
In the race line. Oh, spin in the back.
Cole Custer.
Get back rolling here.
Toe link broken on the right rear. It's got a mind of its own. You know the famous Mike Tyson quote, everybody has a plan until you get punched in the mouth. Well, everybody at Bristol has a plan until you get hit in the bumper. Then you decide to lose your mind and try to push and run harder. Let's see. Oh, Ty Dillon straight up the hill.
Well, he was kind of in a tough spot there. He had the 67 of Corey Heim. He wasn't sure if he was going to be 3 wide. Pretty sure that's what happened.
Yeah, leaving like that lane.
Yep. He wasn't real sure what to do there. See right here, see Corey Heim, 3 wide. He gets down in here and he starts to say, okay, I'm not going to do it, but there's no way that Ty can understand he's not committed to being down there. So Ty was trying to give him room. Cole Custer paid the price.
Jeff, I'm going to get shirts made. You've been saying this for years, but the bottom groove Bristol is my favorite Bristol. I think that right there is going to be a sentiment of the fans. You know, when they run the top, it's still single file, but you can't really move a guy because you're kind of up there against the wall. Back when you and I ran here year in and year out, your morals were tested because, you know, with one little nudge of the bumper, I could send you out of the primary lane, and then I had to just decide if you could get far enough away in the next set of corners to not get retaliated, the old bump and run.
You had to decide if you were going to leave here mad or somebody's going to be mad at you.
That's yeah.
Right? That's how you had to do it, and that's what we're seeing tonight.
That's the Bristol. You started, Diff, talking about what this place is. There are banners hanging really all the way around the racetrack of the moments that this place has.
The key moments.
The key moments. And when you look at them, they're all altercations. It's Earnhardt Labonte, Dale Jr. with the sweep, right? Kyle Busch with the sweep, the Tony Stewart helmet throw. Most of those are either dominant performances because they were the best around the bottom, or disagreements on the racetrack. We see the 54, one of the only cars to turn left. Bowman and the 9, a few others coming with him further back, all 3 Hendrick cars.
Dave Burns is there. Take it away.
Lee, he was asked, how are the cycles on the tires treating you? Ty Gibbs said, not good. So Tyler Allen, his crew chief, said, well, we've got enough tires for you to pit now. And then the driver came back and said, yep, let's do it. Also, the 24 is on pit road, I believe. Marty.
Denny Hamlin coming down pit road. So the interesting scenario here is that you can divide it up as a few 70-lap runs from here, but a lot of teams feel like it's way too early to come to pit road. Denny Hamlin coming, though, for some 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Actually, right sides only, Kim.
And Alex Bowman said no grip taking off even after cleaning off the tires really tight. You saw that chassis adjustment. 4 tires going on. These are scuffs for Bowman.
Scuffs meaning the tires that he used in qualifying, those were available to all the teams as well.
All right, let's get ready to reset and go again after this most recent caution involving Cole Custer. NASCAR Cup Series playoffs continue here in Bristol with the Bass Pro Shops night race that has had a little bit of everything. And one of the 2 cars proudly displaying the Bass Pro Shops logo is the 3 of Austin Dillon. Trevor Bain tells us more.
Yeah, Richard Boswell telling Austin Dillon, we got to go full attack mode here to try to get back. They're sitting 26 points below the cut line right now, 2 laps down in 33rd position. He said, we need to make it last 50 laps, but we got to go. I'll let you know when to save if you have to.
I feel like we feel everything's starting to amp up. Even as we ride around here under yellow with 200 laps to go, right? Like, there's just been so much going on.
Yeah.
And I feel like we're not quite there, but the fourth quarter of this game is kind of right around the corner, and that's when everyone knows, you know, it's been great till now, save tires, this tire, that tire, strategy this, strategy that, but at some point the gloves come off and you're just going to race, push, shove, and figure out who has the speed.
Well, and also don't forget about the playoffs. You know, you could, you know, Alex Bowman, he's the one, right? He's the one everybody is terrified of winning this race.
Oh, boy.
And if he does, look at the point battle between Chastain, Cindric, Reddick. That could get wild.
Field is packing up, ready for this restart. Getting into the Echo Park Automotive restart zone. Pace car leaves the track, and it's a couple of JGR teammates at the front. Pardon me, I take that back. It's Buescher alongside,
Go.
But then you've got the teammates front to back. Bell spun the tires there and allowed Chase Briscoe to get away. Now he puts the pressure on Buescher. Buescher's able to hold that low line, keep his second spot as Briscoe disappears. Carson Hocevar around the outside of Christopher Bell.
Christopher wants to run really hard right here to keep Carson on his outside, but he doesn't want to damage his tires.
Restarts here just never get old. What these drivers are able to do, literally inches off each other's door. Oh, maybe a foot. 20 comes up a little bit. Hocevar's thinking get behind the 20. He's trying to sneak in line up there. He does. Now Blaney's thinking, where's he going to go? There's Hocevar. Darts left in that light blue-tailed car. Blaney's going to get to his right rear quarter panel.
Right now, Blaney could just throttle up and get by Hocevar. There he goes.
Wow.
Right? That's what he did. He's like, okay, I'm going to use a little bit of tire here to get this spot and then get back to the bottom.
Toyota on board with Bubba Wallace. Now he tries to do the same as what Ryan Blaney did. And this has been a phenomenal playoff so far for Toyota-powered cars. Toyota's led more than 700 laps in these 3 playoff races so far. The next closest is Chevrolet, not even 120. As Noah Gragson runs into some issue.
Going to rush
said his name once tonight.
Yeah.
Rusty Rush, I saw him this morning, longtime supporter.
Yeah,
It was Stewart Haas Racing. Now he's moved with Noah over to front row.
Running 30th at the time. We'll find out what happened to Noah. A little bit stop-start at the beginning of this 3rd stage. Ty Dillon's right behind.
Oh, that's just getting hit in the right front tire, and he just spun him out.
Teammates.
34 of Todd Gilliland.
Round he goes. That eats a set of tires up. That put Ross Chastain back in the lead lap in 22nd. Yeah, that just kills the tires, Steve. Another set of tires gone, probably.
Yeah. While we've got the time, I want to give a special mention. There's a lot of charitable work done within the NASCAR family and a lot of tributes paid. And for the young man, Ty Gibbs, who's led 186 laps tonight, you may have noticed on his last pit stop, it wasn't his name above the door. It was Jace Thompson's name that was represented on this car. And Jace was a brave warrior who sadly lost his battle with a rare form of brain cancer called DIPG. Back in 2018 at the age of just 5. Now Jace's mother is very good friends with Ty's mother, and the young man who lost his life, his mum's a long-time member of the Cornelius, North Carolina Police Department, and I know this means a lot to the Thompson family to be represented on Ty Gibbs' car. So, and for all of us, I mean, you guys still live there. I lived in Cornelius for a long time in North Carolina, just north of Charlotte. It's very special for the local community, and Ty Gibbs will be wanting to race all the way to the checkered flag. Trevor?
4 tires and fuel for Carson Hocevar. Not a lot of handling complaints. He's been one of the drivers that has not really dropped. He stayed in this top 10 for most of the time. Joey Logano, on the other hand, though, had a rough start to the night. It fallen all the way back to 34th, then made its way almost to the top 10 on that last restart, fell back to 18th and decided to come in and work on it a little bit, Marty.
So, Trevor, an interesting move here by Austin Cindric. Brian Wilson said, you watch the cars that pit in front of you. I'm going to leave this up to you. So Cindric makes the call to come to pit road here. They were already sort of down a set versus everybody else, so this is going to make their runs a little bit longer here to the end of the race. They need to stretch how long these tires last, but remember, nobody's gone longer on a set of fresh Goodyear tires than Austin Cindric all night long. He made them last 67 laps earlier in the race.
And Marty, in the ebb and flow of this race, there are some key guys who just seem to be ever present. Cindric is one of those. Here's the cause for the latest caution. We'll come back and go racing. What it looks like if you're Bubba Wallace. And there goes the pace car. Let's get to that restart zone and go. Bell wants a second shot at Chris Buescher. But Buescher's got that preferred inside line. Bell's way up high and he loses one spot. Blaney's going to have an inside run at him here.
We've seen this time and time again. Cars go down into the corner and the front tires just don't work. That time it looked like it was Bubba Wallace that had a little bit of a straight shot and to push the 20 up the racetrack.
You know what I think it is? I think there's so much debris on the racetrack that drivers have to clean their tires up more than you normally would. You don't normally see this much debris on the racetrack.
Look at Gibbs up in that second row, second line, up against the fence, and he's making it work. He's tucked in there behind Ryan Blaney now, ahead of Christopher Bell.
I was here at the race last year, and I saw Ty Gibbs do this multiple times. Just fly for about 5 or 6 laps, and then just immediately slow down.
He won here in Arkham and Arts competition, and he would love to get his first Cup win here.
On board with the Kings Hawaiian onboard, Denny Hamlin, kind of sandwiched in. This is what you just kind of have to be patient right behind the 42.
Kings Hawaiian sandwiched in.
Oh,
man,
pardon the pun. Pardon the pun.
It was not intended, but a magical statement.
Multi-time winner here at Bristol, Brad Keselowski in that Castrol Ford, the 6 up ahead. He's had a good run tonight. Here comes Joey Logano. Speaking of needing a good run, after qualifying in 22nd, Logano's running 12th at the moment, working on John Hunter Nemechek.
He's got much fresher tires than John Hunter. He's gonna pretty easily go by him, trying not to use any more tire than he has to. Right to the bottom. There's Cindric doing the same thing. Use just enough pace to get by. No more than required.
I don't feel like tonight, as we ride on board with the Maytag on board of Austin Cindric, I don't think we've mentioned Ross Chastain. If we have, not very much. And Chastain is doing a very delicate dance in 12th in that last position to make it into the round of 12 in the Trackhouse Chevy.
Remember, every driver has had an experience tonight, Steve, where either they hurt their tires early in a run or they felt good and they were able to run a long time. The 12, the 2, they were able to run long early where others had to pit. So that information you've had to use to determine how hard you can run right now.
Yeah, Bubba Wallace jumped to the outside of the 17. Buscher kind of countered with a little bit hard corner. I think he wasn't just ready to concede second. Now they're going to continue side by side. Bubba Wallace is in a tough spot right here, beating on the door of the 17.
Yeah, he thought he was just easily passing, and Buscher said nope. Now he's putting the bumper to him.
Trying to sneak his way through and force his way through on the inside.
Green, yellow,
problems for Chase Elliott.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Talked about the driver of the 9. He came in 28 points above the cut line. He has not scored, I believe, any stage points tonight. And this
is not good.
No.
Not good at all.
Let's see if there's, I don't see any water coming out of the radiator, but it's really hard to tell.
What the hell was that? 11 shipped at 42 straight into you. It was a half lane off you. It never even made the bottom.
Well, according to the spotter, there's some contact between the 11 and the 42 that ended up into the 9. I bet we're going to get some looks. Let's see how accurate the spotter saw it in real time. Big damage to the 9. Now the 48 is the first car below the cut line. You see minus 28 to Chastain. Let's see what happens.
This is the view from Denny Hamlin. Oh boy.
Well, there was contact, but I don't know if the 42 hit the 9 first.
That's Austin Cindric clear.
Looks like the 9 tries to get another look at this. Does he not try to slide in front and then he gets hit?
Yeah. What I can't tell is, no, I was trying to wait to see, but it came by so fast. He's trying to get in line, there's no doubt. And the 42 makes contact. I think that's fair to say. I don't know if the 42 got shoved into the 9, if the 42 was there anyway, if there wasn't room for the 9. The result's the same, though.
The spotter said the 11 got into the 42. There it is.
Is that before or after the 42 hit the 9?
Exactly. It looks
I think it's after. I think the 40, what I think happens, that's the replay I'd like to see again. What I think happens is there's a hole, the 42 overdrives the entry, trying to fill the hole. The 9 thinks there is a hole. He turns left. That's the contact.
And they check up, and then the 11
gets
into
right
it.
here. The 42 is shipping it off in there, and the 9 thinks he's going to parallel park in front of the 42, and John Hunter says, nope, you are not.
Yeah, the 42 is into the 9, and that's why the 11 gets into the 42. Yeah. And this looks like it could be terminal.
For sure.
Look at all the fluid.
Yep. Dave, tell us more.
Lee, they're going to push the car to the DVP area, which is behind the wall. Now they're questioning whether they're going to push it themselves or whether they're going to get it towed. But you can see the leakage right there. When I talked to Alan Gustafson today about their playoff hopes and their plus to the cut line, he said it's not comfortable, but it's okay if we do our jobs. We don't have to overachieve, but it is Bristol. This is the Bristol that can bite you.
Well, and this will put the 9 basically right on the cut line. He's still falling positions, which you see him above Chastain at the moment, but he can still lose about, I don't know, 7 or 8 more points, 6 more points as he continues to fall. So a new winner would probably eliminate the 9. I'm not sure if there's enough points available for the 48 to just go get them.
How quickly the fortunes can change. Just like that. One moment, one turn. And now that puts everybody on this 9 team in a super nervous position. Here's Nemechek's view.
So the 42 hits the 9. The question is, could he have not? Is there any chance he could slow down enough to not hit the 9 who was pulling down into the bottom lane?
I think that right there, I think Chase Elliott just misjudged the speed of John Hunter Nemechek. And we talked about it earlier, that because people are riding and saving tires, I'm imagining that right here, Chase Elliott believes that they're all, running 60%, 70%. They're not running 100%. But John Hunter saw this as a chance to get on the bottom. And this is, in my eyes, an incident because of that. So right there, Chase is getting to the bottom, contact, and then contact from the 11.
Now, to John Hunter's defense, it's not like he was overdriving it so much. The 11 still hit the 42. Like the 11-2 is close enough to the 42. Let's see what John Hunter had to say.
Tell the 9, I'm sorry, I got run over. Yeah, all good, man. No worries.
So he feels that he got run over. He feels he got shoved off in there by the 11. Here's what we do know. Contact between 3 cars, spit the 9 out, and the 9's junked. I mean, that's really the result of it. Welcome to Bristol. And what's the shirt say? Jeff, your favorite Bristol is the dominant bottom line Bristol?
Yeah, I mean, it's everybody's trying to get to the bottom of the racetrack, right? So here it is right here. I mean, there's contact, but I believe the 42 is into the 9, then the 11 gets into the 42. Hey, we want short track racing. We want Bristol, 1 lane on the bottom. That's it right there. Remember the spring race here, guys, 3 cautions the entire race. We have just had our 10th, and we still have 316 laps to go.
No, 184 to go.
I'm sorry. Thank you. We've run 316.
Wait, if there's 316 to go, I'm going to need some more coffee.
Yeah, and they're going to need another set of Goodyears.
I'm going to tell you, get another truck's worth of tires.
But this, we've said it multiple times, this reminds me of an old school Bristol race.
It does.
The bottom lane being the preferred lane. This isn't just a tire thing. This is also because the bottom lane is the preferred lane.
So look, all hands on deck here to assess this situation, and they're saying it's done. We are over, telling Chase Elliott to get out of the car, and he's going to have to spectate and watch the remainder of this. We're looking forward to next week already in Loudon, New Hampshire, at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. And this is the menu. So NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series and then the Cup Series. So as per usual, practice and qualifying on True TV, and we'll see you on 2 p.m. at 2 p.m. Sunday afternoon on USA for the first race in the round of 12. So similar, very similar to how Alex Bowman, Chase Elliott's Hendrick Motorsports teammate, had to sit back and watch to see if he would make it into the playoffs. Chase Elliott's going to have to nervously sit in the hauler or his motorhome and wait and watch and hope that there's not a new winner. Because if there's a new winner, he's going to get bounced out.
Yeah, so let's see who that really is. And I think it's the guy at the bottom of the screen that has a real chance of anyone, right? Because we have the 21 of Josh Berry. You see him in 16th at points. Well, he had a fire early. He's out of the race. We have SVG. It's just not been his night. He's minus 3 laps. He's spun a few times. I think a win here would be a tall task to ask for. Austin Dillon, while, I'm not saying it's impossible. He's 2 laps down. There'd have to be some real change of fortune for Austin Dillon to somehow get up there. So for me, it's at the moment Hendrick on Hendrick if it's a new winner, right? It's Alex Bowman. Can he find the magic to go to victory lane and eliminate his teammate? He's currently running 15th, but we have seen the top 15 kind of circulate through time and time again. So this team, I think, like you said, they just got to wait and see. Now, if you're worried about it in points, there's not 23 points available for Bowman. He just can't get there. He's running 15th. And Chase Elliott can't lose but 1 more to Cole Custer. So Bowman's not going to eliminate Chase Elliott on points. It will take a win.
Tell us more about Austin Cindric, Marty, because it's been a pretty good night for this guy.
Yeah, it has been a terrific night for this 2 team, and the driver who came in on the cut line just got a points update from his crew chief, Brian Wilson. Listen.
I have a different mindset than what I've had all night. Yeah, I mean, overall, just keep doing what you're doing.
We're crunching the numbers right now. If you finish 23rd or better, you're going to be ahead of the 9. At that point, to not get through, the 3 car would have to recover and basically finish top 10. And that's counting on the 48 to win. So obviously we're in a good spot here, but there are scenarios where it could not be locked in.
Not counting it yet to move on to the round of 12, but they are plus 36. The interesting thing tire-wise is you look at Brian Wilson on the bottom right-hand hand of your screen, they only have 2 sets left. A lot of teams, there's even teams down here, Steve, that have 4 sets of sticker tires left, but only 2 left for that 2 car, but looking good points-wise.
You get Brian Wilson up here as well as he described that to his driver. That was really well done. It would take a lot of different things, but it could happen, so don't relax yet, he tells his driver. Great job. I think it's worth a little hat tip to Austin Cindric. I don't think I was shocked that he made the playoffs. I think this is a team I thought could win a race. He did win a race. He made the playoffs. But I think there was a lot of people that had him out in the first round. And here he is, riding around with 180 laps to go, currently pretty comfortably above the cut line.
But where did it all start? It started yesterday in qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely.
He gave himself a good qualifying spot in 3rd on the 2nd row, and you'll hear drivers week in, week out, Jeff, say, my weekend begins on Saturday or Friday for a Saturday night race. I have to get a good qualifying position.
Yeah, and think about Austin Cindric, he's made the playoffs. Every time he's made them, this is the 3rd time he's made them, he's advanced into the round of 12. So he's done a nice job in the first round.
Spare a thought for Chase Elliott. This is going to be a tough watch. This is going to be an anxious watch. As we check in with Trevor Bayne. Trev?
Yeah, guys, we see the frustration in Chase Elliott there as he jumped in a hole that was barely there. But as I watched that, Steve, I know you're the king of analogies. I couldn't help but thinking about being on some back road driving somewhere, and there's a car going about 20 miles an hour under the speed limit. You got 10 cars backed up driving down this road, and you finally get to that little dotted yellow line. It's no longer double yellows. You got to jump out of line and get what you can and get back in line quick. I think that's what we have with Chase Elliott there.
Absolutely. That's exactly right. Is you kind of have to have these moments to advance and then tuck back in line. And it just doesn't always work like you hope it would.
Remind me not to carpool with Trevor.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. For sure.
Chase Briscoe's been spectacular on the last couple of restarts. Let's check in inside the 19 team. Have a listen.
He got booted up in 1 and 2, trying to fill a really tight hole. Got smacked from behind and slammed into the car in front of him.
Does that knock him out of the playoffs?
Not sure. Not paying attention to that. Trying to win the race.
Do you want me to decipher that Australian there,
please,
James
please.
Small?
Yeah.
That's
that's so funny.
It's like, don't worry about anybody else. We're trying to win this race, even though he won the first race of the playoffs with the Southern 500.
It shows you how drivers think, though, right? You have to take a minute off, right? And you're paying attention to what's going on, and you're curious, hey, what happened? It kind of is a way for you to relax a little bit, right? And the crew chief's like, none of that. We're not relaxing. We're not having fun. We're here to win a race.
Shows the focus for this first-year duo of James Small and Chase Briscoe. It's been a successful partnership thus far. Pits are open, and there's action on pit road. There's takers. Dave Burns is first up. Dave, take it away.
We see Chase Briscoe getting 4 tires, the 12. Ryan Blaney also getting 4 tires. Cars pitting on the backstretch. They're going to have to roll around. Bell also in his pits. Marty.
Steve, interesting scenario here for Chris Buescher. Scott Graves has kind of left him out throughout all those cautions. See Denny Hamlin on pit road as well. They had 4 sets of tires for Buescher. It's going to create 4 mid-40s runs for Denny Hamlin, getting 4 fresh Goodyear tires as well, Kim.
And Alex Bowman on the pit road, just very, very tight. They did take tires. Also, you see him there, leaving there. We had Christopher Bell as well. They felt like there were enough laps on the set they currently had to warrant 4 fresh tires. Still need to turn better on the 20.
Dave worked so hard with that 5 car yesterday. He just went ahead and took this off. What do we got here?
He had some technical difficulties. Look at this.
These cars are coming off pit road. They needed to stop earlier. The lap cars are getting onto pit road, and there was a merging issue.
Jeff, you jumped into that like you have been a part of
Oh,
that
yeah,
before.
I was having a flashback.
By the way, there was a great race off between Chris Buescher and Chase Briscoe. That was super tight. All right, time now for the Credit One Bank ones to watch. Mr. Burton, why don't you kick us off?
Alex Bowman, this guy right here, he can change the entire playoff picture. The only way to do it is to win the race. He and his team know that. We have a strange race tonight. This is a great opportunity for this team.
Well, I picked this driver in the pre-race, and from what I've seen, he's still perhaps my pick for the day. He's only led 30 laps, but when it has been time to go, this 12 car looks like it has great raw pace and speed. If they can manage the next 175 laps and be in the picture, I think he has a shot to go to victory lane.
How about the Robin Hood, number 23 for 2311 Racing of Bubba Wallace? Spent some time with Bubba last night. He is super relaxed, super chilled, and just enjoying his racing. That Brickyard 400 win was a game changer. Keep this in mind. He was third in this race a year ago, and in the first two playoff races so far, he's top 10. He's the one to watch.
Nobody picked Ty Gibbs?
Well, we left that to DJ.
Where'd he go?
Well,
I think he's on the dinner break.
He's on a dinner break before his post-race show. You want to hang out after the checkered flag. DJ will be back down there at Victory Lane, perhaps talking about how he was right. If it was Ty Gibbs, Jeff, you're going to have to go down there with him then.
I'm going to go with him.
Okay.
Yesterday in practice, I said I thought he was really fast. He's done a great job tonight. Carson Hocevar also, two young guys. We've talked about that. Brad Keselowski sitting there in fourth.
Yep.
Old veteran.
It's been good. It's been a good night for him. All right, let's remind ourselves of what this round of the playoffs has been like. It got off to an inauspicious start for Josh Berry, but a phenomenal back-to-back Southern 500 wins for Chase Briscoe. Berry involved in more action last week in St. Louis, where Denny Hamlin prevailed. So JGR winning the first two races. Who is going to get the victory tonight? So Chase Elliott, unfortunately, is out of this race. He's standing by with Marty Snyder. Marty?
Yeah, contact between three cars there. Chase, what was your perspective on what happened?
You know, it was a game of just how quick could you get to the bottom after a few laps to preserve your tire. And I thought I was doing the smart thing. You know, the Penske guys had got position on me, so I was just trying to get back down in line. And, yeah, I got a huge shot, you know, from behind. And I don't know if maybe he had gotten hit or I just stacked the lane up, you know, that much or what. But, yeah, nonetheless, it happened and it's done. And say we're in a bit of a pickle here now.
So will you sit, wait, and watch to see what happens the rest of the night?
I mean, I think we have to be done, right? I mean, there's no way.
Well, I mean, points-wise.
That's what I'm asking. I don't understand.
You're plus 23 right now.
Okay, so yeah, I don't know. I need to understand where everybody's at. You know, I'm sure people have pit, and you know those numbers can certainly change. But cross our fingers and hope we get lucky. But it sucks. I know that.
Going to be a waiting game for Chase Elliott and the 9 team for the rest of the evening.
In an uncanny way, it's going to be exactly like what his teammate had to do, Alex Bowman, before we started the playoffs. Ready to go.
Go.
Echo Park Automotive restart zone. Couple of Toyotas and Ty Gibbs on the inside of Bubba Wallace. Wallace will hold the lead and stretch it down the back straight. Carson Hocevar's in the mix. Chase Briscoe, Brad Keselowski, Austin Cindric, and Chris Buescher. Almost 3 wide.
Oh, that's
into turn 1.
Not going to work.
Hamlin's up there. Austin Hill's in the mix. The 48 of Alex Bowman. Meanwhile, change of the lead. Briscoe's found his way there very swiftly.
Alex Bowman, you see he's in that second lane. He's just afraid to push as hard as he needs to.
Wow, that was a nice move from Chris Buescher. Look at this orange and black. 17. The Fastenal Ford. That was nice work. He had that terrific race off pit road with Briscoe, and now he's in pursuit of him. He's worked his way up on that outside line to third. He goes around Gibbs. He's now got his eyes on Wallace, and he's able to round Bubba up as well.
Yeah, 20 lap fresher tires than that on the 23 of Bubba Wallace and the 17 of Buescher, using those to his advantage. Very similar to the tires of Briscoe. Ty Gibbs now jumps to the outside. He says, man, that looks so easy. I want to give it a try.
It looked pretty good to me. Christopher Bell is searching. That blue Delaware Life 77 is Carson Hocevar looking for a shot. Blaney is hassling Keselowski. And on the inside of position gain.
Oh, contact. Much like the wreck with the 9 of Chase Elliott, I think the 6 gun was on the high line. He tried to pull down in lane, and they just stacked it up. I thought Chase did a nice job of asking what happened there. Maybe I just stacked him up too much. I think that's what happened again there.
Austin Hill in this 33 car. He is in the gas. He is using all of his tires. He is 3 laps down. He just took off. He just ran as hard as he could for a little bit of time, and then he got a lot of track position and then just drove to the bottom. It'd be interesting to see how his tires, even though he's 3 laps down, how his tires do after a few laps.
How about the run from the RFK Fords? All 3 in the top 10. Buescher in second, Keselowski 9, Priest 10. Marty?
Interesting to hear Scott Graves and Chris Buescher talk about how to manage the early part of this run. Remember, he restarted 9th. He's up to 2nd already. And what Graves told him was go hard at the beginning, like we've talked about all night long, but then manage. But if you can pass, you can be aggressive. Remember, they're only going to have to do 4 40-lap runs or so to get to the end of this race, and they have the tires to back it up.
Well, this is a fair fight here between Buescher and Bell. Similar strategy, only 1 lap difference between when they pitted. So 1, 2, 3.
77 of Hocevar stuck in that top lane and going backwards at the moment. He's fallen down to 14th. The 7 says, you might be a teammate, bud, but I can't let you down here.
Well, the 7 of Haley, he's the first car lap down, and the way he got it, I was watching him out the window. The way he got it, he ran as hard as he could run to get in front of Corey Heim. I mean, he used every bit of his tire, and then when he got in front of Corey, there's Corey on the outside, the back of your picture. When he got in front of him, then he just checked up and slowed down.
Hocevar maybe has asked a little too much of those tires, because he's on the same strategy as the likes of Keselowski and Priest, who is still in the top 10. But unfortunately, the 77 is plummeting.
See the 7. He jumped on the outside of Alex Bowman. He's watching Corey Heim behind him. Corey Heim picks up a spot. That means he's got to go pick up a spot.
That 67 is another 23-11 entry.
See how fast they're going. They just know their race is about racing for this lead lap to be the first car 1 lap down. That's the difference between guys running hard and guys trying to conserve. You can see it right there.
That's 67 of Corey Heim, the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series star with his 8 wins this year. This is his first Cup race start at Bristol, his 4th Cup race of the year. Meanwhile, back up front, remember Jeff told you the 33 of Austin Hill is some 3 laps down. And that shows you the difference.
He's rolling.
He's got to unlap himself the old-fashioned way.
Yeah. So I'm going to get my money's worth here tonight.
Here I come.
He's in the Xfinity playoffs. Did not have a good start to his playoffs last night.
Bell on the inside of Buescher. Oh, and Gibbs gives it to Buescher. Gibbs tags the back of Chris Buescher, sets him way up the track, and that opens up not only for Gibbs, but then Wallace had an opportunity, but Buescher will fire back.
We just heard that radio 100 laps ago to Ty Gibbs talking about don't hit anyone, don't make anyone upset.
Well, he's going to make Buescher upset.
Same thing except corner exit, right? They're trying to get to the bottom. And Gibbs is like, that's my spot.
Yep. Listen, I'm not being critical of Gibbs. I actually agreed to contest that spot. You just can't let somebody go and think you're going to have to pull back in line. Now, it looked very sketchy because it was corner exit, but he had every right for that position. What'd you say, Jeff? You either are going to be mad at somebody, or someone's going to be mad at you if you're going to run good. Ty Gibbs decided he'd rather have him mad at him.
All right, Hocevar's coming back. He's got Michael McDowell, his teammate, right behind him. He's tucked in between Bowman. Bowman's now moved up to 12th as he goes past Bubba Wallace. Wallace has got his hands full. He's now dropped to 15th.
Oh, he's run through his tires here. He's coming to pit road.
He doesn't get run over.
Yeah, John Hunter Nemechek had to take evasive action. So too does AJ Allmendinger, the pole sitter.
So what he's going to do, he wants to pit, but what we've seen so far, you're better off riding around and wait, even if the tire goes flat. We have not seen a wreck yet because of a flat tire. We've seen it get running over.
When you can, whenever the next opportunity is. Next time.
Next time. Just got to stay down, hug that low line. Oh, there's contact with Stenhouse.
Yellow's out, yellow's out, yellow's out.
That was Wallace and Stenhouse together.
See that again. You see Stenhouse. Just thought that the 23 was going to be a little lower, I think, and just made contact with him. 23 car, watch his left side tires. On the yellow line. Remember, he was talking about coming to pit road, and he just didn't stay on the yellow line. Remember, he's run through the tires. He doesn't have the grip he was expecting. Gets up the racetrack and spins the 47. Now, I know some people are going to say he needed a caution, and he got it right there. I'm sure Ricky Stenhouse may have that thought. See his hand all the way out the window right there?
Stenhouse was 21st at the time. That's the second time he's been spun tonight, right? Ricky was sideways earlier and had a pretty good comeback.
Let's see, and a little bit of contact, maybe not enough damage to hurt anything there. See his hand out the window? He's pitting. He's turning to see, and he hit the curb. I think he hit the apron. I think he hit the yellow line, and the car goes up the racetrack.
Tell us more, Marty, about Bubba Wallace.
Here's what Bubba Wallace had to say on the radio a moment ago about the contact with Stenhouse.
Go find the 47. I can't turn. I'm sitting duck, sorry.
An apology from Bubba Wallace as pit road now gets pretty busy.
Dave Burns, you're first up.
Thanks, Leith. Ryan Blaney gives up 5th. Ty Gibbs gives up 3rd. Chase Briscoe gives up the lead. Gibbs was the one with the largest comment about his car. Just went tight that run, so he'll get 4 here and head on around, Marty.
Front side of pit road, Dave. A lot of teams electing to come here with 144 laps to go. Denny Hamlin stayed out on the racetrack, but Chris Buescher coming down pit road said he just felt like he was on top of the racetrack. So 144 to go, Kim. Some teams electing for these fresh Goodyear tires.
Yeah, and crew chief Adam Stevens on the 20 car electing for right sides only. They are scuffs. He said this stinks. We only had 25 laps on our tires, so those are 9 lap scuffs that they put on the right side of Christopher Bell's Toyota.
Super busy pit road with 143 to go. And this is the reason for the most recent caution.
22 has one set of stickers, one set of scuff.
Racing into the night with the Bass Pro Shops night race here at Bristol Motor Speedway. Let's take a look at the Xfinity fastest lap. It was Denny Hamlin last week at Worldwide Technology Raceway. He did it on lap 3, and look at the dinger. AJ Allmendinger owns the Xfinity fastest lap tonight. He said that also on the 3rd lap of this race.
That was before they knew they couldn't run that fast.
Exactly. That's before everything just fell apart.
That could change.
And they got
a restart late.
That could change, yes.
Got a window into what the rest of this night was going to be like. Let's go back to racing. A couple of JGR teammates on that front row. Denny Hamlin in the bright orange King's Hawaiian car. But look at Chase Briscoe hugging that low line and taking off yet again. Alex Bowman tucks into second. Here comes Zane Smith in the 38. The Long John Silver Ford for Front Row Motorsports. Hocevar's in the mix there. So too Chris Buescher and Ty Gibbs.
Hamlin's got them all stacked up. They're going to put him 3 wide.
3 wide and high.
Oh, big contact behind him. The 5 of Larson, the 99 of Suarez. Suarez is pretty damaged. We'll see if he's able to get back to pit road. The 11 tries to roll into the corner, and they just move him up to the 3rd lane.
Oh, problems for Kyle Larson. And hanging on to it the best that he can, and he can no longer hang on to it. The guy who dominated the last 2 races here, we have not seen him at the front tonight at all. He loves this race.
Denny Hamlin was glad to see this caution come out.
Yeah, because he was flailing. Marty, this is crazy with the 5 of Kyle Larson.
Yeah, the right rear toe link is indeed damaged, and now they're debating on whether or not to come back behind the wall with the 5 car. But they're going to be able to do the repair here on pit road. Jesse Saunders, the car chief's going to go over. Meanwhile, you saw Denny Hamlin there on pit road. Yeah, I think he was excited that the caution came out. But the interesting move for the 11 team, Steve, is that they have 3 sets of stickers still laying in their pit. I'm not sure there are many other teams that have 3 sets of stickers, but that's why Chris Gale made the call to leave Hamlin out there. A lot of other teams are down to 2, maybe even more, or even 1 set like Austin Cindric, but 3 laying in the pit for the 11.
Yeah, I really think the 11's playing the long game here. They're trying to get on inside 100 to go and then try to run as hard as you can. Top right of your screen, you see the 5 very loose into the corner. Hard to tell exactly what happens. Big correction. Unfortunately for Suarez, he's to his outside.
That's a big impact.
One of the stories before the start of this race tonight is the 5 of Kyle Larson going to dominate for the 3rd race in a row. And unfortunately, the HendrickCars.com Chevy has not been seen at the front. This is Hamlin getting up into the wall.
Yeah, he got just too high and gets up. You see all that debris on the racetrack, all the tire marbles. He was in big trouble. This caution saved him.
Pit. There's no choice. We're too close to the window now, so we're going to have to pit. 4 tires here.
Remember early in this race, we had about 10, 11 cars in the lead lap. We're now up to 24.
The window I think he's talking about with 133 to go is I think they could physically do that on just 1 green flag pit stop. That's what they're thinking about. They can run about 65 and 65.
Stenhouse Jr., he was the first car lap down when the caution came out, so he gets his lap back. He'll be back in the lead lap. That'll put 25 in the lead lap.
All right, Marty, Hamlin's headed your way.
Yeah, the back end of that conversation between Chris Gale and Denny Hamlin was we're close enough to the window, Steve, to be able to make it work from here. Again, 132 to go, but they do have the 3 sets of stickers, plus their qualifiers laying in the 11 pit. Hamlin saying, I'm way too tight. He's been way too tight all evening long, just can't get the 11 to turn. We'll get a look at these Goodyears that come off of the car here for Denny Hamlin, but putting on fresh Goodyear tires here with 132 laps to go.
Yeah, and it's going to be a busy 132 laps. I think we're going to see a lot of movement. Everyone's starting to really prioritize track position. There's less give and take. People are trying to jump up, cycle their way to the front.
Is the view that Daniel Suarez had. Look to the left. Bang. Kyle Larson into him. 99 in the wall. This is going to sound big. Multiple hits to the 5. And Kyle Larson tried to nurse it back to pit road the best he could.
Here's from the 47 to Stenhouse.
So there's still pressure cooker situation, especially for two Hendrick teammates of this guy. That is Chase Elliott, who was out of the race, and Alex Bowman, who was trying to find Kim one last opportunity, one last avenue into the round of 12.
Yeah, must-win situation. He finds himself, though, running second currently. Crew Chief Blake Harris, what's the outlook here for the last 130 laps?
Yeah, I think really right now this next stint's really important for us. We had to go rights there to kind of get back on sequence. We had to get creative there the last couple stops and take scuffs where other guys weren't. We kind of get a little behind with the spin and having to get waved around and all that stuff earlier. So I think if we can really keep ourselves in the top 4 or 5 here against some of the guys on better tires, then that'll put us in a chance to go after this thing at the end.
All right, there you have it. And again, if he finds himself in victory lane, will knock out his teammate, Chase Elliott. Dave.
Kim, Tyler Allen trying to upset the playoff guys with his driver, Ty Gibbs. He's managed the tires pretty well. What does he have to do to the end here to win?
He's had to manage tires really well. I would have lost a lot of money that they were going to wear this bad, but he's doing a great job. Obviously, the strategies have split here, so you have comers and goers, and it's all going to be who has the tires at the end. We got some extra sets on a couple guys up front, so I think we're in a really good spot.
Could Ty Gibbs win his first tonight? Could be.
Wouldn't that be a story?
Yeah, we keep talking about the opportunities. I want you to look at the top 10. Briscoe, obviously, he's won. Bowman, Zane Smith, Chris Buescher, Hocevar, Gibbs, Keselowski, McDowell, Priest. All of these guys, this is an opportunity, a huge opportunity for one of them to get this win tonight.
Well, you mentioned the RFK Fords. There they are, 17, 6, and 60. They don't want to go winless in a season. They're not in the playoffs. They don't mind where they are or how many races left. They just want to go back to the shop in Concord, North Carolina.
And Joey Logano, we saw him in the outside of about row 4 or 5. He's just wanting a clean night. He's just like, hey, don't nobody wreck me. Nobody give me any problems. His goal was to leave here, advance into the next round. He just doesn't want any trouble.
And considering where he started, in 22nd place, to be running 9th is pretty good right now. Unfortunately, it's not a pretty good story for the 99 of Daniel Suarez, involved in that incident with Kyle Larson.
It's been that kind of year for Daniel. It just seems like they never could get momentum going. Even races where they ran well, things didn't always work out. We haven't heard what his plans are for next year. He's leaving this team.
Tell you what, how many restarts have we had where Zane Smith has been in the mix? This is a big deal for that 38 Front Row Motorsports Ford to be running with the big guys, the bigger teams, the bigger names. Here we go, back to green, and yet again, Chase Briscoe just skips away. Smith looks good in that higher line, and here comes Hocevar. Hocevar around the outside to 3rd.
And for the second time tonight, the 48 of Alex Bowman goes into turn 1, and the front tires just don't work. He slides up, and because of that, he gets in the upper lane. Buescher forces him to stay there, and he's got to continue to lose spots.
I think he's got to run hard here. I think he's got to lean on the tires. He's just got to go hard to try to get in front of Buescher. Oh, trouble up front.
Yep. Oh, and Zane Smith was sideways. Good catch. That allowed Briscoe to skip away a little bit. Hocevar's looking for an opportunity through.
And it allowed Bowman to get to the bottom.
And Gibbs and Buescher are together again. So Zane goes up, Bowman goes up.
So 19 just gets loose, slides up the racetrack, 38 goes through, contact gets it stacked up, and that's what jumped it up the first time. And then the 48 goes in and gets another big save.
And the 48, I don't know what happened to him. He was in great shape, and then all of a sudden just way out of the racetrack. This was a lap before. All right, here's Alex Bowman, gets in the corner and just back in, comes around on it.
Pretty fortunate. That thing's still going straight.
Several good catches by several different drivers. Again, I draw your attention to the Monster Energy 54 there of Ty Gibbs, because he's got Pusher ahead. Remember, there was contact with those guys before.
Trevor Bain, what are you hearing?
Yeah, guys, all night drivers have been freeing up their car to try to take care of that right front, but now their teams are asking them to push a little harder. The temperature's cooling down, and I'm hearing way more loose on the radio than I have all night long.
Trevor, that was going to be my big question. So now you've done it. Now the goal has been to conserve and ride, but at some point, it is going to be turn the valve on and go. Who has the balance right? Who knows what their cars need when they actually start pushing their race car? Look, at a half a second or 1 second off, there are thousands of race car drivers and a lot of race cars that can accomplish that. That last second is the nearly impossible one to get. What car has it finely tuned? What driver is ready to make that step?
And for the most part, we've seen people hurt right front tires. We've seen some right rears, but typically that was longer in the run. So why are they loose? Why are they loosening it up? It saves the right front tire. But to Trevor's point, then you go try to push, make a little speed, now you're too loose.
That was that intensity. We heard about James Small, right? When Chase Briscoe asked about the 9, he snapped right back. We're trying to win this race. These crew chiefs are being tested kind of from every angle tonight.
John Hunter Nemechek trying to round up Tyler Reddick. There is the 1.
Oh, man.
Oh, big crash into the wall. Denny Hamlin and William Byron. Was it Byron who lost a wheel?
Someone has lost a wheel on the racetrack. The 11 was just on pit road, so I have to believe it was the 11.
Yep.
Denny Hamlin said, I blew a right front. That's what happened. Then you see the right front gone for Hamlin.
Yeah, unfortunately for the 11, I don't think he blew a right front. I think the right front wheel fell, became loose, hit the rotor and broke the caliper. You see see that circle of aluminum there being drugged? That is a part of the wheel. What happens is when the wheel comes loose, it contacts the front caliper, and it's like a lathe. It just cuts the aluminum wheel right in half.
They always say anything can happen at Bristol, and this is the beauty about winning in the playoffs. Denny won last week at Worldwide Technology Raceway, and with this misfortune occurring with AJ Allmendinger and the wall, it's no worries. He's still through to the round of 12.
Was the contact cause some kind of problem here? No, you can hear it.
No, I think the wheel goes first.
Yes.
Now what's crazy is he was last on pit road at lap 368. This is 384.
So watch this right here. He's turning into the corner. And is there contact?
You see the spark? Did you see the spark before they hit? That's the right front hitting the racetrack. If we back it up and see that one more time, I think I start to see the right front come loose and then a shower of red sparks. That's the right front trying to exit. And if we take a look at the center of this wheel, I think it's still there. So the wheel itself hasn't broken on the outside. Let this wheel come through. Yeah, I see the spokes. So let's take a look at that again. So let's roll this real slow. We're going to try to pause it before there's contact. I think fire out the pipes. He's out of the gas. Kind of looking at the right front. Nothing, 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 nothing. And we pause it right. Maybe a frame or two more right there.
Right
you
there.
see the sparks already? I don't know. I don't think that's contact. I think that's the right front failing on the 11. Then contact. You see the hood come up on the 11. So,
by the way, it was a big hit from Allmendinger too into the wall coming up. We were focused on Denny, but this contact here was pretty decent from Allmendinger.
I mean, in the old car, I would have said maybe the exhaust pipes or something happened, but
yeah, see, it's not turning.
Yeah.
Before he can't get to the bottom and he gets into Allmendinger. He thinks the right front tire is down. You see, it's still not turning, obviously, because there's no tire on it, but
fortunate that tire stays here, doesn't get kicked up into the stands or get in any crazy location.
Now he's driven this car on the rotor. Yeah. I mean, it is.
Last week's win, very valuable at this point. All right, so right there, if we go back and take a look at that, you see the inside lip of the wheel missing. So NASCAR is going to take that because they need to figure out, hey, was this a mechanical? If a wheel broke and it came off, that's different. If the wheel nut is loose and the car comes off, there's going to be some penalties down the road because it happened on the racetrack. We're going to see a few crew members being suspended. It's pretty standard operation now when this happens. But if we go back and look at that tire that was being carried, what's missing is kind of the inside lip. That's where it fell down and it just cut the wheel right in half. Happened quick.
Our 13th caution of the night.
Yeah, because the wheel came off, there'll be a 2-lap penalty for the 11. They just used to be penalized more during the week. NASCAR's moved both of these penalties. If it happens on pit road, the penalty's one thing. Once the wheel gets onto the racetrack, there's a 2-lap penalty sitting. There'll also be a couple crew members suspended. It's just kind of operating procedure. The goal is, like I said, you got to keep these tires and wheels off the racetrack.
So, the playoff drivers who had some misfortune tonight, first up it was Josh Berry, and it was scary. He needed rescuing from that car. He couldn't see, smoke inhalation. Alex Bowman, he went around early, but staged a good comeback. Shane Van Gisbergen's been involved in a couple of incidents and brought out a couple of cautions. It's been a frustrating night for him. That's the second. And then this was huge. Chase Elliott trying to get back in line, tagged by John Hunter Nemechek, straight up into the fence, and that car was over and out. And the most recent one, but the guy who was in the most comfortable position coming in to this elimination round of the playoffs, on top of everything, was Denny Hamlin. So those wins at this stage of the year, you can get away with something like that, Jeff, once you've got a win in the bank.
Yeah, and William Byron, pretty big contact into the back when the 11 went up the racetrack. I can tell you, these playoffs, who is the favorite, right? I mean, everybody seems to be having problems. This 11 car has shown a lot of speed. Obviously an issue tonight. The 19's been fast. But it just seems like a playoff so far of mistakes.
Denny Hamlin sitting there quietly after receiving that 2-lap penalty. As we cruise around, getting closer back to going racing, let's think about going racing in New Hampshire.
I just hold the lobster as far away from myself as possible, take the picture and move on.
Oh, give me that sucker. Heck yeah. I just want to celebrate with that thing.
You're the loud master. I can't believe it. I honestly cannot believe it.
Time to get the lobster out of the cooler for Martin Truex Jr.
Finally got that damn lobster. Hell yeah, boy. How about that, boys? Loud Sweep 2024. Only one man can do the double. That's you, buddy. Great job.
That's in a week's time to begin the round of 12 in the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series playoffs. But we are not done by a long shot with Bristol and this Bass Pro Shops night race with 109 laps left on the board. Nobody's been better as far as laps led than Ty Gibbs. But then the man you see next, front and center of your frame, is Chase Briscoe. He's also led triple digits with 104 laps out in front. And considering, fellas, he started 31st, that's a pretty stout effort.
Yeah, really good job by this team.
Let's take this opportunity to go through the field. Brought to you by Homes.com, and Kim Kuhn kicks us off.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at some of the guys trying to fight for a playoff spot. That includes Alex Bowman. And while the first two races of this round were pretty disappointing for them, Hendrick really tried to stack everything in their favor this weekend to win. That included switching crews. They got Hocevar's crew chief, Marty. So far, it's been a decent day. Right now, they run in 6th.
Kim, Austin Cindric has done what he needs to do to advance to the round of 12. He told me after practice, probably the best Bristol car I've ever had. As you see, pit road is openly. Who decides to pit here with 108 laps to go?
Logano's in, so too is Hocevar, and Trevor's there.
Carson Hocevar, known for taking risks, has been able to strike the balance tonight. He's gone for it when it's mattered, but he's shown patience too. They took 4 tires. They've got 1 more set of stickers left. Joey Logano puts on his last set of stickers here on pit road.
Is William Byron, Dave.
By the way, Zane Smith is on and off pit road with just 2 right side tires. You talked about the hit that the 24 took during that. He said, I hit him hard, but I hit him square, so it looks like this damage may be okay. Boy, it's crushed up on the front, Kim.
And the Christopher Bell machine in, they'll take fresh tires. Really just slightly tight has been the complaint all night. Otherwise, that car has great pace.
Talk about how chaotic this place is. Just think we had a handful of cautions last race. Tonight we have just a bunch.
Yeah. And this is the reason for the most recent AJ Allmendinger and Denny Hamlin. Ready to get this Bass Pro Shops night race here in Bristol going again with just over 100 laps remaining. 13 cautions tonight. It's been the most cautions in a race this year. Let's see if we can get a good green flag stint going here. Just over 100 to go. Chase Briscoe and his JGR teammate Ty Gibbs on that front row, and then all 3 RFK Fords are in the mix. Briscoe's gone again, great restart. Look at Pusher though in the 17, and the 48 of Alex Bowman, he's gone high again, and Keselowski's able to skip up the inside.
Bowman's car just does not turn for the first lap. Let's see if he can get by. He's ran really hard right there, trying to clear Keselowski.
What a showing from those RFK Fords. All running together. Here's Logano. He's behind Haley and Wallace. Christopher Bell in there. Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s tucked in behind Logano. John Hunter Nemechek, Noah Gragson. Noah is not on the lead lap. Noah's 2 laps down.
Christopher Bell is rolling right here.
We've had so many cautions that no one is 1 lap down. So the free pass now would go to the first car 2 laps down. He would get back to 1 down if we had a yellow.
Bell did good work there. He had to take evasive action because Wallace checked up, and now the 20 goes by him and by Austin Cindric. Look at that DeWalt Toyota fly.
Cindric pitted, you know, probably 40 laps ago, 30 laps ago. So he's out there saving tires.
All these leaders would like to run, you know, 30-ish, 35 more laps of green, and then put on 1 more set under green. I think they can do this on 1 green flag pit stop. Depends on how hard they run it and how their car drives. We've seen some cars sliding around.
Christopher Bell used a lot of tire early in this run. It got aggressive, but then he got stuck behind Reddick. It is going to give up 3 spots. He was right to Logano, getting ready to pass him, but then got behind Reddick and gave those spots up. So now you use some tire up and didn't get all the benefit. See the 12 car?
Way off the pace.
Just getting swamped there.
Well, he pitted lap 357. The guys around him, 393.
There's the difference. Meanwhile, Briscoe up front. Less than half a second between him and his teammate. There it is there. Ty Gibbs in search of his first Cup career victory. At the moment, it's one of his teammates who's standing in the way.
Well, between the 2 of them, they've led over 300 laps tonight. 186 for Gibbs, now 120 for Briscoe.
We go back to that topic of Toyota and the playoffs. Toyota has dominated these playoffs. Wins, laps led, stages won. Keep your eye on Chris Buescher too. It's been a super strong run for the 17. There he is right there. His teammate and co-owner right behind him in Brad Keselowski. His other teammate just 3 cars further back in Ryan Preece.
See this battle right here, the 4 car going around the 34 of Gilliland. That's to be the first car 2 laps down. So if the caution would come out, they would get back only 1 lap down, but they have been racing hard.
That's indicative of the crazy night that it's been. I tell you what, Joey Logano is a 3-time Cup Series champion, is not used to finishing in 8th place, but if he could go away from here, if he could walk away from here tonight with an 8th place, he'll take that, given where he was after qualifying. And the last few races, he hasn't won here in 10 years. The last few races here have not been anything to celebrate. So he would take that top 10 result.
We've seen that 33 car jumping on the outside of Gilliland. We've seen him all, you know, the last several runs running really hard trying to get positions. He's doing it again.
He's only 2 laps down, so he's racing. That's a position. You know, Gilliland is for the 26th spot. Gregson up the road to be for 25th.
Here's Ty Gibbs starting to apply some pressure. Look at the rotors glowing on the 54 car. A little surprised to see that with the lap times that they're running, trying to save tire. I'm surprised he's using that much brake.
You know, we keep talking about tire wearing like they wear out, you have to pit, but you have to wonder how much grip they're losing. You know, how fast can they really go if they go hard?
He's ready to go. He's ready to go. He's ready to go.
Another one. Gibbs has driven tonight in a way that reflects his passion to be a NASCAR Cup Series race winner. He wants it, and he wants it bad. He loves this track. He performs better here than any other track. And maybe, just maybe, tonight is the night that there is a new winner in the NASCAR Cup Series. 83 laps to run from here.
Now just back it down. Kind of race out of your mirror. Just run the pace you have to run to keep the 19 behind you. But what he did to the 19 can return. I'm pretty sure Briscoe thought Ty was just riding back there. And Ty said, hey, I'm going to take an opportunity to get this lead, control this race.
He's in here and he's got nobody pressing him. Make it live. Stay in the gap. 3.
Rebel on the run, you're doing great.
If this does materialize in a victory for the 54, this is going to be a race that we will all remember for some time, because for this youngster, sometimes emotions boil over. He gets frustrated, his communication on the radio. As his grandfather, Coach Joe Gibbs, and this is a drive of a veteran, of somebody who's been around a lot longer than Ty Gibbs. He hasn't got the victory yet. There's still 79 laps to go. There's a lot that can unfold. But if he does win it, we'll be talking more about it. If he doesn't, we'll still remember the way that he has self-disciplined to be in such a commanding position. To Dave Burns.
Lead chasing him down is his teammate Chase Briscoe, now trying to regain that lead. And he's a bit of a driver on a mission. Remember, you've said it already tonight, he started 31st. And when I talked to James Small this morning, he said, yeah, we had a great car in practice, best practice we've ever had at Bristol, and then qualifying, not so great. In the pace laps, Chase Briscoe said to his team over the radio, I will make up for this. So you know that he took some blame for that 31st qualifying spot. He wants to win this race, get more playoff points, and move through. They've already had a great playoffs. They've advanced, but there's more to gain here. How much pressure will he put on his young teammate?
Meanwhile, his couple of teammates side by side. That's Keselowski going past Buscher. Buscher's being steamrolled and pushed out of the way. Hocevar's on the inside of Bell. Bowman's been able to go by. What's happened to Buscher?
One RFK car missing from this. Ryan Preece, he pitted from inside the top 10. 74 laps to go.
Time for Buscher to head there, I'd say.
There's Alex Bowman. That guy right there is the one that Chase Elliott, who can only watch, is terrified to win this race and knock him out of the playoffs. Christopher Bell has decided it's time to go. He has ticked up about 5 spots in the last few laps, Marty.
Pit window open. Chris Buescher, you see that fire coming out of the right front for that, where the brake rotor is. Buescher coming here with 72 to go. Scott Graves told him a moment ago, the window is open. You feel anything weird, you bring it to me immediately. And I can see that right front just down to the fabric once again for the 17 car for Chris Buescher.
Hit this time, wave to him, wave to him, wave to him.
I'd say we're going to see Alex Bowman headed here soon. We've got 3 JGR Toyotas, 1, 2, and 3 as Christopher Bell rounds up. Chase Briscoe, Hocevar's on the other side. Here comes Carson Hocevar to third.
I think Briscoe's trying to get to pit road. He's lifting, trying to get to the bottom. Getting new tires on first, give me advantage. Here comes the 54 as well. Bell using those newer tires, 15-lap fresher tires. He's going to stretch his legs right here, trying to get a gap before he's forced to pit.
So Gibbs and Hocevar coming up on Eric Jones. They go side by side. Hocevar's cleared Gibbs.
Bowman's on pit road.
Kim Kuhn.
Yeah, and for Alex, biggest complaint, he just needs help on fire up. They will take those fresh Goodyear tires. Oh, you see that fire there on the right front.
Yeah, as long as the fire stays under the hood, it doesn't get into that rocker panel. Normally they go out. The 54 and the 19 continue to lose time, but just forced to stay on the racetrack. They don't want to pit quite yet, Kim.
You see Ross Chastain there, just reporting tightening the chassis adjustment on the back, 4 fresh Goodyear tires, and a splash of Sunoco fuel for the 1.
Here comes Briscoe.
And Bush in high.
Oh!
He misses it.
Ty Gibbs had to hit the brakes, came back out, got hit from behind.
Make it inside.
That could be the mistake that cost the 54 the race. That's going to cost him a tremendous amount of time. Damage on the race car in the back. Up the track again, just it's all unraveling for the 54.
Oh my goodness, Ty Gibbs just trying to get to pit road with too much speed. Dave.
Jeff, 4 tires for Briscoe now. Yep, as you see Ty Gibbs now, he does make it to pit road. So Briscoe is away with fresh rubber. Wow, Brad Keselowski getting by Christopher Bell there. But what a big mistake for young Ty Gibbs as he now has the 54 on pit road.
Everything that had gone so right for this guy tonight, it all went so wrong in one moment.
Yep, just flat spot of the right front. I'm sure when he stepped on the brakes, you see him. There's just no rubber left on the tires, and he's just way too fast. Great job by Austin Hill, not hitting him even harder. I mean, you see how slow the 19's going.
Just trying too hard.
And that right there is going to cost the 54 just so much time versus Briscoe. Oh, fire on pit road and Bubba Wallace's team.
Yeah, you saw him leave pit road, and you see the fire there on pit road for Bubba Wallace's team. They told him to stop for just a moment. Now they send him back out on the racetrack again. Bubba Wallace advanced earlier on. Good to see that fire out here on pit road.
A lot going on. 61 to go. Zane Smith is now the leader of the race. You see Logano behind him, both trying to nurse their Goodyear tires to a window where maybe they can put the last set on and run harder, Jeff, not have to manage it. Of the cars that have come to pit road, I see what? Reddick currently running 9th. He's on pit road right now. There's Reddick on pit road. Trevor.
Tyler Reddick choosing to take 4 tires here on his Toyota. Not been the balance that he's needed so far tonight, but as you said, he worked his way into the top 10. See a little flames on the right front there, Dave.
A few laps ago, Ryan Blaney said, how many more do I need to run this? I'm starting to get tight. That can put severe wear and stress on especially the right front tire. So they bring him down now. He'll get the rights and lefts on this 12 Mustang, and he'll get back out.
Marty?
Austin Cindric, his teammate, coming to pit road is here as well. Just going to be right side tires only and stickers. Had to wait a little bit to make sure that right rear was tight for Austin Cindric. They've been able to make tires last so long tonight. 57 to go, and the 2 heads back out on the track.
The 48 of Alex Bowman came early to try to get an advantage, to try to find his way. He's currently kind of leading this wave of newer cars, him trying to run some other cars down in front of him, but he has been absolutely stuck in traffic. He's finally got by Buscher. This 48 of Bowman has a real shot with 56 to go to cycle his way if he can make these Goodyears go. He is looking the best. And you see him. He's pushing, he's shoving. He knows it's time to go.
I think stuck in traffic could be an advantage to him, though, because we've seen he can't go far. That he cannot go as far as some others. So I think it's actually trying to, in some way, help him manage the tires.
Yeah, the 6 of Brad Keselowski has a huge advantage over Bowman, all because of that traffic. It's nearly a half a lap. We'll see how Brad can do. He's currently 2nd. The only car lap down than Logano, who's out here just cruising along. You see him on the top of your screen.
Let's talk more about the 22 with Trevor Bayne.
Joey Logano running as many laps as he can on this set of tires, because the only thing he has left, guys, is a set of scuffs. We've heard complaints from the drivers all night long at how slick those scuffed tires can be when they get back out on the racetrack.
53 laps to go. Logano out in front.
And when you look at the cars that have come to pit road, running 2nd and 3rd, Keselowski and Carson Hocevar. There's Brad Keselowski right there. Hocevar right there. So 5 or 6 cars in between them. That's the challenge for Hocevar. I saw Brad Kay walking in here, going to do the pre-race show. He was heading to driver intros. The Spaniard car looked pretty good. We got a 10th place car. But you just never know what can happen here. He's learning to manage these tires. The veteran, now the 22 on pit road.
He's a 22 taking 2 tires and out of here. He's hoping that'll be enough to get him to the end, because that's all he's got left for tires.
51 left here in Bristol. Brad Keselowski cycles to the lead of this race. Been a very strong night from the RFK Fords.
Brad has got to use discipline here. He has enough space between he and Hocevar. He just cannot overrun these tires. Zane Smith is about 2 seconds behind. Zane's got 4 lap newer tires.
Look at this mess.
Yeah, look at that yellow and blue and white Ford, the 38 of Zane Smith. He has been around all night. And here he comes putting pressure on Carson Hocevar.
And I'm telling you, there's a lot more to this story. These lap times, I keep seeing 16-second lap times jump in. Jeff, we haven't seen those all night. They're going to try to go 50 laps. I still think tire management is going to be an absolute story. This race is anyone inside the top 10. A lot's going to happen in the last 15 laps of this race.
The track position is a major advantage to Brad Keselowski right here. He is able to not have to push his car, run the lap time that he wants to run. He doesn't have to run any faster. He has a 1.7-second lead.
No good, 23 and 54.
24 has that damage after hitting the 11. Then they got to stop and tighten up the left front wheels. And just more trouble for the 24 of William Byron. He will advance, but it's been a messy finish to the race here at Bristol.
Been a rough night for sure. Meanwhile, how about the 54 of Ty Gibbs trying to get back on the lead lap? He's down in 17th. Guy who's dominated this race, leading 201 laps, had to just unlap himself.
Yeah, he's going to be frustrated. This traffic right here is slowing Brad down. These guys are getting by him. That 77 car was 1.7 seconds back. Now he's a half a second back.
Well, there's fire out the right front rocker panel of the Cindric, Marty.
A fire for Austin Cindric, and I just talked to Brian Wilson seconds ago. They were not planning on coming back to pit road. 43 to go here in the race. Wilson saying we're going to have to take the right front tire off in order to put this fire out. Again, they just changed right side tires only. Again, hanging in the balance here. Austin Cindric has done a fantastic job all evening long, but now just plus 12 above the cut line. You can see it right there on the left side, or on the left side of your screen. And now they're trying to get this fire out, and the points are just going away from Austin Cindric, who had done everything he needed to do tonight, Lee, and they cannot get this fire out here on pit road.
Eerily similar to Josh Berry earlier. Look at the cockpit, filling with smoke. This may be night over for Cindric, and he's just 8 points above the cut line. Oh my goodness, a night that had so many positives for Austin Cindric.
That 48 car that's the only one that can hurt him.
5 points above the cut line. Alex Bowman's determination and some bad luck for Austin Cindric may be the difference. 4 points above the cut line. 39 laps to go. Is it a lifeline for Alex Bowman? 3 points is the difference now. What an extraordinary turn of events here in Bristol. And that's just left the two flailing. Austin Cindric doing his best. And the team did what they could.
And it's time for the 48 to go. You can see with 38 to go, he has picked the pace up. He ran slow for a while, saved his tires, but if he's going to win this race, he no longer can wait and ride around.
It's given him teammate Chase Elliott some breathing room. Chase has been elevated to the 11th position in the cutoff point situation, but it is so tight between Bowman and Cindric.
4 points to the good.
And just 36 laps left. Bowman running fourth. What can he do about Zane Smith and Carson Hocevar? He's right there. He's right there with them. This is the top four in the race. Hocevar on the inside of Brad Keselowski for the lead. Two guys in the top two positions who have never won a NASCAR Cup Series race.
Yeah, what we don't know is whose tires can go this far at this pace. Here's Bowman making a move on Zane.
It's now 2 points below. Now it's 1 point below the cutoff. Alex Bowman, who had to bite his fingernails watching from the motorhome and the hauler to see if he could make it into the playoffs this year, may just have the most extraordinary passage into the round of 12. Another fire. Kim, tell us more about Alex Bowman.
Yeah, the interesting thing is they have not come on the radio and told him about the two troubles and how close the points are. Now, his spotter, Kevin has told him, get as many spots as you can, but at this point, Steve, do you want your driver to have the knowledge that they are right on the cut line and where they are relative to where they need to be to transfer?
My math has nothing's changed for the 48. It's a lot closer at 1 point, but Cindric, unless he has another fire, he's 5 laps in front of the next position, and it's still a point. The only point available for Bowman is the winning point. So for me, it's still a must-win for Alex Bowman. It's a big emotional moment, but right now you have the 48 running second unless he could somehow run faster than a 15.5 and get the Xfinity fastest lap point, which isn't going to happen. Then that's the difference maker for me. I still think it's a must-win for the 48.
I think Bowman's in trouble right here. His car, he has not been able to run as many laps as others. He went to push to try to make something happen, and he just does not have the car that can do it.
Now the advantage is put on tires now, go out and run as hard as you can for 28. And if everybody else can't make it on tires, you will easily cycle to the lead, Kim.
And you see Alex making his way down pit road into the box. I'll look for a smooth, clean stop from this new pit crew for Bowman. And it is going to be 4 Goodyear tires on the 48 at Bowman to see what they can do here with 27 to go.
And now I think it's 27 laps, go as hard as you can and just hope everybody else runs out of tire. I think that's really your only option. Now Carson Hocevar has 0.8 of a second over Zane Smith, who has another 0.5 second over Keselowski. 77 to pit road. See, I don't think people are managing their tires. They're kind of getting pulled in.
It may still come Alex Bowman's way. Trevor.
77 hitting pit road for 2 sticker Goodyear tires here. They're hoping this will make that thing go to the end.
Spire guys like the look of that stop.
I'm telling you, this is going to blow everyone's mind. Don't count out Joey Logano. He was the last on pit road. He's running 6th. He is not running very fast. He is doing what Joey Logano and Paul Wolfe does, which is manufacture finishes and wins when no one else sees them coming. It's going to look like Harry Houdini here in 24 more laps, but there is a very high chance that Joey Logano can run the rest of the laps on this set of Goodyears.
I think Alex Bowman can get around the racetrack and get him, though, a second a lap faster. Now, I don't know that Alex tires will last that long running that hard. We're getting ready to find out because he is going to be on the gas. And can he get through traffic?
What a night for Brad Keselowski. Multi-time winner here at Bristol is the one of Ross Chastain here.
All the way, baby, all the way.
The problem you have for Alex Bowman is you lose so much time here that we saw him go by, but I think that only gets up to 1 lap down.
Yeah, he's still a lap down even after passing him. I like his scoring. I thought he was getting back.
No, it's crazy, right?
But he's, yes,
that's why green flag pit stops was so scary here in Martinsville, because you lose so many laps. Joey Logano continues to nurse the 48 of Bowman on the full go mode. Keselowski out there, though, has slowed down to a 17.7. I think he sees what's ahead, which is make Logano come and get me. Nurse these tires. Make someone pass me.
Still 21 laps to go. Tell us more, Trevor, about the 6.
Yeah, Brad Keselowski showing a lot of discipline here. You guys know how hard it is when everybody's passing you to stay on your strategy, and that's exactly what Brad has done this whole run. He wants to get all the information he can from the spotter and crew chief about the pace he needs to run now to hold off those guys who are on the other strategy.
Well, I will tell you that Brad Keselowski has every bit of trust in TJ Majors. They're great friends. They work together for a reason. TJ, longtime spotter for Dale Jr., and when this opportunity to work with Brad became available, TJ jumped to it. I think these are those moments, Jeff, where that friendship matter. You just have to believe what he's telling you, managing that gap back to Bell. So Kez is trying to manage it. Briscoe has to come to pit road.
And while all this is unfolding, it's got nothing to do with the bigger picture, but I want to give a shout out to Corey Heim, the Truck Series sensation in his first Cup race in Bristol, is running in the top 5. Dave?
Chase Briscoe couldn't make his right side tires go 65 laps, not tonight, so he gets 2 new ones here.
16 laps to go.
And you look at speed and just raw speed. Now there goes by Alex Bowman to get back on the lead lap. He has a lap to go to pass the 6 car, but up the road, Carson Hocevar, he is running almost a second a lap faster. He is 10 seconds back with 15 to go. It's just a question of how much life is in those good years, and if he gets there, does Brad have life to go hard for the last 4 or 5 laps?
Remember, Hocevar came in after, was it a lap after? 2 laps after Alex Bowman came in. So it's Keselowski, Bell, Blaney, Logano, then this man, Carson Hocevar, Corey Heim, Zane Smith, then Alex Bowman in 8th, 16 seconds behind race leader Brad Keselowski.
It's just crazy to see the differences in speed.
Hocevar,
There's Brad.
Hocevar is literally a second a lap faster.
There's Logano in the yellow car. Here's Hocevar right here working traffic. And that's hurting him because even in traffic he slows down, although that lap.
Into the wall goes Bubba Wallace.
That's going to bring out a yellow, I believe.
No, caution's out, caution's out.
Caution is out. That was a hard slam. All right. Now Alex Bowman might like his chances a little better. And how key that was to get back on the lead lap. Just in time. What happened to Bubba? Approaching Keselowski. Oh, he got tagged by Custer.
Yeah. Much like what 23 did to the 47, I think the 41 was just going up the racetrack.
Watch this. He just comes off pit road. See, blended in, coming off pit road. Maybe he may have been on scuffed tires.
Yeah.
He didn't have any grip when to get in the corner, couldn't keep it down.
So now the question is, we have 8 cars in the lead lap. Keselowski, Bell, Blaney, Logano, Hocevar, Corey Heim, Zane Smith, and Alex Bowman. Who has Goodyear tires left? Who has a fresh set of stickers? With 11 laps to go, does someone like Bowman just stay out if everybody pits and just hope some sort of miracle? Will his tires cool off enough to make something happen? We will see when pit road opens. We will know then what everyone has available, but 8 cars, 1 being the must-win car of Bowman.
18 laps on these tires for Alex Bowman.
Pit road open right here. Brad takes the left-hand turn, so we assume he has a set of tires. Who's going to come with him? Bell, Blaney.
What are you going to tell Bowman? What are you going to tell Bowman if you're his crew chief?
Well, Hocevar just stayed out, so there's your answer for him. Yeah. There comes Heim. And Bowman, there he is, staying on the racetrack.
Trevor?
Joey Logano is saying he needs some short run speed right now for Brad Keselowski. They made the call to put 2 right side sticker tires on that number 6. See if they can maintain that lead.
Ryan Blaney wants to be freed up. He'll get 4 fresh ones here. They are sticker tires. That should be good to go with just a few laps up. Oh no, mistake. They were not done. The left front, it appears, may not be good to go.
Well, you still haven't seen anybody drive by him yet.
There's so much space between all of them because of lap cars.
Yeah, like look, he still didn't lose. Still no one has shown up on pit road. So while it was a bit of nerves for the 12 car, really no time lost.
Yeah, let's have another look at that Blaney stop.
Watch the Jack, man. He's looking at the right rear, looked at the left front. He dropped it before he really, that's how you do it. I mean,
the gun was still on there.
Yeah, it's just such a fast pit stop anymore. Jackman almost has to assume that everything's tight.
Yeah, and I take that back. Blaney being on the back stretch might have got beat off by 1 or 2 cars on the front stretch. The 23 after big contact with the wall, another fire.
Let's talk more about this intriguing Alex Bowman story and scenario, Kim.
Yeah, you saw Alex Bowman stay out. Part of the reason they were out of right side stickers. They only had left side stickers left for the night, and so they figured their best shot was to keep him out versus bring him in and lose track position.
Some of the best pit calls I made there for the ones I had no choice in. Let's put on tires. We don't have any tires. Well, then stay out.
Yeah,
that was my second option.
There's Blake Harris. Spare a thought for him. This is nerve-wracking. This is tense.
You know,
this is to stay in the playoffs.
But I will say, so the 48 team, I just feel like, you know, they were a little under performance versus their average in the first 2 rounds, right? Some trouble on pit road, some other issues. They came here with their back against the wall, and they've put themselves in position. Now, I don't know if these old tires will work, but the simple fact is, here he is, right? There is a pathway forward, a restart, something goes the right way. My bigger fear for the 48, Jeff, is every restart, the 48 has gone in and gone straight. Like the front tires have not worked on a restart for the 48 tonight.
All right, so Carson Hocevar in the 77. He's going to start first. Zane Smith, he'll start second. Zane Smith ranks third on restarts tonight.
He's been brilliant.
Yeah, Hocevar 15th. But I think the real story is the 6 car. Brad Keselowski, he's the first car off pit road with tires. He has 2 tires. Christopher Bell has 2 tires. Logano has 2. Corey Heim has 4. Blaney has 4. So the bottom lane all night long, especially in the second row, has not rolled. They've not been able to keep up. The first row has been okay. There's outside lane is an advantage. That is what Carson Hocevar will do. He's got to pick the top on the restart. Zane Smith's got to do all he can to stay with him. And then Alex Bowman, I think Bowman, he's got to pick the top. If Zane Smith gives him the top, he's got to go there behind Hocevar.
Look at that graphic bottom left. The 2 guys who are in the top 2 positions are yet to win in Cup Series competition. Let's talk more about Carson Hocevar with Trevor Bayne.
Yeah, Carson Hocevar asked Luke Lambert, hey, what are we going to do here? And he pretty much told him we only got one option. We got no tires left. Carson said, oh, we are? All right, guess we're staying out. Remember through the summer how close Carson Hocevar got to his first win. Charlotte, Nashville, Michigan, having some heartbreak moments. Could this be the night?
Yep.
And
so
laps
close.
are disappearing quickly, right? We're coming around to 5 to go at the choose. Green flag with 4 to go. I mean, it's only 2 miles of racing.
So Hocevar is going to take the top. He'll go to the top. What does Zane Smith do? He's got to go to the bottom. You can't give up the front row. For sure, the 48 did the right thing. He went to the top. And then 6 of Keselowski, he went to the top. He's got tires. You can bet that Brad Keselowski is thinking, I'm going to launch. I'm better off launching on the top. I should be in front of Bell, getting into turn 1 because the top is better. Make it 3 wide, jump in the top and see if I can make something happen.
The only question I have about 3 wide is the track clean enough for it to work with all of the tire debris up there high?
Look, in this line here on the top side, behind Keselowski, you see that black and yellow Toyota Camry? That's Corey Heim. He's never raced a Cup car here. The Truck Series sensation is in the mix of it, is in the thick of it. At the end of the Bass Pro Shops night race. In the last great Coliseum, we're about to see an epic fight over these closing 4 laps.
Go.
Carson Hocevar takes the field to green. Zane Smith has the inside run. Bell is pushing. Look at that 20. The 2 youngsters go high, and Bell goes straight through to the lead. Christopher Bell, when it counts most. And Keselowski goes through on the inside. 3 laps to go for Christopher Bell to win in the playoffs. He won 3 races in succession earlier this season, and there's been a lot of frustration. He went berserk on the radio after the race last weekend with frustration and disappointment and anger, and now he's only 2 laps from victory in the playoffs. Joe Gibbs Racing has dominated these 2025 playoffs with Chase Briscoe, with Denny Hamlin, and now it's Christopher Bell, who's 1 lap to go, thanks to Credit One Bank, away from victory. But Keselowski's not done with yet. Here comes Brad. Hits him hard.
Good, perfect.
Bell sustains it, and Bell's gonna drive to victory. How about that? Christopher Bell in Bristol. That was beautiful. He's turned frustration and anger into victory in the space of a week.
Guys, way to never give up despite a little adversity this year in these playoffs, man. Proud of you, Bell. Proud of you, boys. Excellent job. Proud of you guys.
1, 2, 3 for JGR in the 3 playoff races. Stevie, let's have a look at it again and watch that 20 fly.
Yeah, they both get a great acceleration in lane 2. They go down into turn 1, and the 20 just, they're not even a really big shot. A little push on the 38 who goes up the racetrack into the 77. I'll be honest, live, I thought it was a way bigger shot from the 20. It really wasn't. Zane Smith didn't make the corner very well. The 20 gone, but I will tell you, Brad Keselowski made him earn it, got to his rear bumper in the last corner, gave him a square shot, but Christopher Bell with an absolute epic drive in those last few laps. Management all week long, all weekend long, and this guy is excellent next week. Who knows where this playoff win will take him.
How about that, fellas?
First win at Bristol, and it's the Night Race Classic. And now he can join his teammates as winners in these playoffs. What a spectacular end to put a period on the round of 16. Unfortunately for Alex Bowman, he misses out by 10 points. Fortunately for Austin Cindric, after he had that misfortune, he's done enough, but there's Alex, and he will have been told that the dream is over for now.
Yeah, just no tires to put on at the end. Had himself in position, wasn't meant to be, just wasn't the clean round the 48 needed. I could say that really about all 4 drivers eliminated. Bowman, Dillon, the 88 of SVG, and the 21 of Barry. They just didn't have the required clean round to advance. Making the playoffs was impressive. Look at Bell, the night race, what it means to him.
Bristol fans, how about Christopher Bell? Delivering win number 3 for Joe Gibbs Racing in the round of 16. Wife Morgan with a big hug for her husband and this team. What a week to rally.
I'm fucking done, baby. Let's go. Got me a sword.
After the frustration last Sunday, they deliver on Saturday night in the Bristol Night Race. Boy, Christopher, walk me through that restart and how you were able to get the lead so quickly.
Well, I'll tell you what, I was nervous on the choose. I didn't know if I wanted to be on the bottom or the top, and whenever Brad picked the top, it really didn't give me an option, and had to pick the bottom. And all night long, I don't know, old tires just really pushed up in the middle of the corners. So I was hoping that that those guys on old tires would push up, and they did. They did, and I was able to get by or get underneath of them. And it wasn't pretty there at the end, but we got her done. So most importantly, this week's obviously been a very tough week, and you know, there's a lot on our mind, and just this one's for Charlie.
I want to ask you about the tough week for the race team too, because you had some very pointed words after the race at St. Louis. How did this team rally to be able to pull this off tonight?
We just know that any week, any given week, it could be us, and it hadn't been us for a long time. But Bristol, baby, tonight it's us!
Christopher Bell advances to the round of 12 the best way possible with a win in the Bristol Night Race. Going to grab this checkered flag. This one just means so much to Bell and everyone at Joe Gibbs Racing.
Let's see how much it means. A whole lot more coming up in the Progressive post-race show.
Grayson! Got Grayson a flag. Yeah, I think so.
Husband and wife celebrate the Bristol Night Race. That was a great finish.
Great finish. You mentioned it had been a long time. Remember, Christopher Bell won 3 in a row back in the spring. He won Atlanta, Coda, and Phoenix, so it had been all the way to March 9th of this year since his last victory. You heard Marty's comment. He was very vocal on the radio and frustrated last week, and just like that, gets it done tonight.
500 laps finished with a spectacular ending. NASCAR America post-race show presented by Progressive coming up. You'll hear from more drivers, happy drivers like Austin Cindric. He made it. It was close. And Brad Kay, he may not be in the playoffs, but he put on quite the show. Frustrated not to get that win. So close for RFK. Progressive post-race show coming up. What a night here in Bristol.